All right, guys. Hey, hello. It's good seeing, funny seeing you guys here again. Um, Trying to get Rumble to actually get going here because this is getting a little bit annoying. Because Rumble likes to Helen Keller its way through things. Um, let's see here. Kick is not much better, but Kick isn't completely bad. Sorry, I'm getting this. You guys are not aware. Vince McMahon, the chairman, the founder and the chairman of the WWE. Like you guys are over on the chat and already over here in the chat. Holy cow, you guys. This is so funny. All right. Well, chat over and Kick. This is that's the problem with Rumble. It is just difficult as shit sometimes. How did this get set up here? Okay, I guess we'll okay, well. Wait, what happened here? Hold on. You guys want low you guys always want Rumble, so I'm trying to get the Rumble thing going here. Oh, here we go. All right. Because I know that's always a priority. We need Rumble. So here's Rumble. Here's your ruble. Your rubble. All right. All right. So we're all set. Everybody should be working now. Yes, confused Sean noises. I was not having a boomer moment. This was just being crap. So, all right, guys, here we go. Oh. All right, guys. So let's get to this. Vince McMahon, the chairman, has been sued. He's been alleged to engage in sexual harassment and sexual trafficking while he was the head of the WWE, World Wrestling Entertainment. The lawsuit came out yesterday, and we started to review it. And we got, I don't know, how far do we get in this thing? We got a little ways down it, but then we had to stop because it just wasn't working. Wasn't what we thought it would be, as far as time was going to go. So we are going to kind of start all over from the beginning because I know some of you didn't see this at all. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, if you guys are not aware, since this has happened, the chairman, the founder of the WWE, Vince has stepped down. Vincent Kennedy McMahon is out of the picture, but he says he's going to defend himself. So here we go. Okay. So this is in federal court up in Connecticut. So just down the road from Michelle Dracunis. And what do we have? We got an interesting caption. We have Janel Grant versus WWE. And also Vincent K. McMahon. So here we go. Jury trial is demanded. So she is suing all the parties here. So let's get to it. Obviously, so Janel Grant's a former employee who was the victim of physical and emotional abuse, sexual assault, and trafficking at WWE. And she's not doing this just to get money for herself. She's doing this to be a voice for everyone else. But it's getting paid isn't going to hurt. Getting paid isn't going to hurt a thing at the end of the day. So what do we know? So here's how the story starts. They met in 2019. Miss Grant was dealing with profound grief and struggling financially. After devoting years to around-the-clock caregiving, her parents passed away. F's in the chats, everybody. F's in the chats. Her parents passed. On top of that, she was unemployed. And her family home was lost in her parents' bankruptcy. Okay. Oh. After her family passed away, Grant dedicated herself to finding gainful employment, which you should if you don't have a job and you're going bankrupt. The neighbors in her building provided career advice and sought her assistance with personal events. Mrs. Grant used these non-paying gigs and volunteer work to build her resume. The building's resident manager wanted to help. Now, this is where I'm confused. Is this her manager? Like, because if she's living in the same building Vince McMahon's living in, she's doing okay because she must have a lot of money. Unless she's living somewhere else and that manager happens to know Vince McMahon, which that one doesn't make as much sense to me, but this is not clearly, it's not clearly stated, and there may be a tactical reason why that's not clearly stated. Just saying. I mean, like I said, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. But let's keep going. Let's keep going here. All right. So just want to say hello to everybody in locals. Hope you guys are having fun out there tonight. So, all right. What are you guys talking about? All right, anyway. Let's get back to this. After her parents had died, the building's resident manager asked McMahon to ask whether he'd like to talk to her, sharing that Miss Grant had been through hardship. It would be great things at the start. McMahon enthusiastically responded back, "Hell yes." McMahon befriended Grant, giving her hopes of new life with promises of a yet-to-be-determined role at WWE, and showering her with attention and assurances, along with gifts like a VIP experience at WrestleMania. What seemed like a dream in the spring of 2019 quickly became a nightmare. As McMahon dangled career-making and life-changing promises in front of her, he demonstrated an increasing lack of boundaries. Okay. During several meetings that were ostensibly about a potential job, he greeted her in his underwear, touched her repeatedly, asked for hugs, and spent hours sharing intimate details about his personal life. Where's the, I should probably not continue with this. I mean, well, it was weird, but oh my gosh, I bet she got paid 6 figures, so. She was warned to keep their closeness secret, lest rumors lead to public trouble in the British tabloids. And added that while it protects loyal people, he had a world-class legal resources on speed dial to deal with people who become a problem. Well, those two things are true, I bet. As such, McMahon pushed Grant for a physical relationship in return for a long-promised employment. She felt trapped in an impossible situation. Submitting to his demands or facing ruin. Okay. Grant feared she'd faced everything to lose and face negative consequences no matter what happened. Well, if it's negative no matter what happens, then why not just not do it? I mean, if it's going to be bad no matter what. Well, after she submitted and gave up, Miss Grant was slotted into an entry-level position as an administrator coordinator, a position McMahon created for her in WWE's legal department. Isn't that ironic? In the business, they call that foreshadowing, to quote Count Dankula. Grant began work in that role in 2019. She remained in that role with the exception of a temporary relocation to the XFL. Cool. McMahon directed her transfer to the Talent Relations Department, reporting to the defendant, John Laurinaitis, in January or March of 2021. During conversation that same day, McMahon explained to her presence in the legal department was effectively delaying efforts to hire a new general counsel for the company. So it sounds like she sucked at her job. I'm not sure. Or the general counsel like, I'm not touching this. Not sure what that is, but yeah. So soon they promised her that she'd be promoted to vice president of operations in the talent relations department, providing her with an organizational chart reflecting that decision. I really had the feeling that Janel Grant probably isn't qualified to be a VP of anything in a corporation like the WWE. So, there's no, they don't seem to mention that though. It seems like you'd want to mention at the show she's being taken advantage of, but yeah. Shortly after they informed her she needed to begin at a lower level director position. Okay, well, whatever. She getting paid to hump. Well. Despite her expressions of unhappiness and attempts to end the sexual relationship, McMahon expected the relationship to continue. Okay. She had no idea how sordid it would become, nor how the psychological torture and violence would leave her feeling helpless, isolated, and trapped. In 2020, McMahon began sharing explicit photographs and videos of Miss Grant with other men both inside and outside the company, including members of the television tech team. Lucky those didn't get put out there. And a world-famous UFC athlete and former heavyweight champion with whom WWE was actively trying to sign for a new contract, which seems to imply he had an older contract, which seems to imply he's Brock Lesnar. Although, why don't you name him? Why don't you name him? Given McMahon's omnipotent position at WWE, coercion was inherent in his increasingly depraved sexual demands. Okay, specifically, while he was the CEO of WWE and Miss Grant was still an entry-level coordinator in the legal department, McMahon recruited individuals to have sexual relations with Miss Grant or with the two of them. He directed her to visit John Laurinaitis prior to the start of the workdays for sexual encounters. Wow, that's a hell of a boss for Mr. Laurinaitis. And expected and directed Grant to engage in sexual activity in the headquarters even during working hours. Okay, nobody else ever knew about this. All this time, McMahon ordered Grant to keep their relationship secret. Okay. Including lying at whatever stories he fabricated. So she said she was safe in independent ring hollow. He isolated her from her friends and attempted to chip away at her identity until it was replaced with a desired role for her as his bitch, his fantasy, and or his porn star. While occasionally intermixing softer descriptors like girlfriend and baby, even love. He exercised complete ownership and control over both her personal and professional lives. She was subjected to acts of extreme cruelty and degradation that caused her to dissociate or become numb to reality in order to survive the horrific encounters. This is where we stopped last night. As one example of his extreme depravity, McMahon defecated on her during a threesome and then commanded her to continue pleasuring his friend with feces in her hair and running down her back, while McMahon went to the bathroom to shower off. Now here's the thing. In 2020, okay, so Vince McMahon is 78 years old. Right now, he's 78. Yes, the Alabama Hot Pocket. But Vince McMahon is 70. He's 78, folks. So back when he's 75, and here's the thing. Vince McMahon is a fairly fit guy. He's very much into bodybuilding, lifts a lot of weights. I'm sure he does a lot of steroids. But Vince McMahon, like 3-4 years ago, was jacked by anybody's standards. Now he's not looking so good. He's a little older. But, I mean, a limber 75-year-old guy, I mean, you had to know he's getting up there, and it's going to be like some pruny nasty, just what did you think was going to happen? Some of this makes it hard for me to believe. Like, Vince McMahon is like, this 75-year-old guy is like limber enough to hop up on top of her and just like drop trow Well, he doesn't have pants on, so he's not dropping trow. But pitching a growler on her back, I mean, like, I don't see that happening. But whatever. So, upon his return from the bathroom, McMahon and his friend actively resumed a threesome, which lasted over an hour and a half, while she remained covered in McMahon's filth. Okay, well, they would have all been covered in the filth at that point, so that's why it's like, I'm pressing F to doubt. Because you know what? I can press X to doubt. I can press C. I can press anything to doubt at this point. Left trigger. Right bumper. I'll press the entire buttons on the controller at this point to doubt this woman. Because that means Vince McMahon came back and he's like, yes, I'm going to roll around in this poop as well. And the other guy sitting there just going to town on this woman. It's like, thanks, boss. I always wanted to get covered in turds from you. Yes, replied Vince. I'm sure that's not how this turned out. I have a lot of concerns about, this story is not based, and I don't think it's true. In June 2021, McMahon and John Laurinaitis sexually assaulted her inside his office while colleagues were busy at their desks. Okay. Behind a locked door, the two men cornered her, pulled her in between them, forcibly touched her, before ultimately putting the table on a top between them. This almost sounds like one of these girls' dirty novels. Like, he put him on top of a table in between them. She begged them to stop, but they forced themselves on her, each taking turns restraining her for the other, while saying, no means yes, and take it, bitch. That just sounds like she's read too many dirty books. Unsurprisingly, others at WWE knew what was going on, but instead of intervening, they sought to conceal the wrongdoing. Okay. In January, McMahon told Grant that his wife, Mrs. McMahon, found out about the relationship. Purportedly to avoid divorce and negative publicity, McMahon said that her time at WWE was an end, but he wanted her to sign an NDA to ensure her silence, among other things, his personal misconduct. Okay. In the days ahead, McMahon put immense pressure to sign. Okay. Saying that would not only jeopardize the McMahon, his family, and the company, but she'd become surely a public headline. It suffered reputational ruin, including from the pornographic content he captured, and face his legal recourses. They said her signature would ensure his continued support, protection, and safeguard her. Ultimately, she did it and signed the NDA in exchange for payments, which Vince McMahon later stopped making. Okay, well, yeah. Robert saying no dark mode on these document readers. I can't get it. I can't get it to go dark mode. I mean, because like everything else will read dark mode right now. Just this won't. Sorry. Oh. J-Rock says, I think they put it in there because pleadings are defamation proof. They are 100% defamation proof because you're levying that claim in a court. You have courtroom immunity. So that's a neat thing. If you're ever in like a deposition or testifying in court, you can say whatever the hell you want, and you basically have full immunity. That's a little secret because you're testifying. So, but you still have to worry about like lying under oath. So, but you can say defamatory things in court and you're okay. It's the beauty of it. So even after she was out of the company and had the NDA, he attempted to traffic her to a WWE star who would be in New York City for a live event and taping in March 2022. I don't know who that is. Who's that going to be? But understandably, defendant's predatory conduct has left her crippled, both physically and mentally, including debilitating symptoms of PTSD and suicidal ideation. These symptoms led to her termination of her subsequent job, running her building's operations due to her inability to leave her home for weeks at a time. So if she's in charge of running things in her apartment, but she can't leave her apartment, I don't know, can't that still work? Despite her promise of reputational protection, WWE appears to have leaked information that led to disclosure of her name by a media blogger. And then it's an over intimidation tactic aimed at Miss Grant. WWE has attempted to sweep the matter under the rug. Following media reports that McMahon was involved in a hush money payment scandal, WWE released a statement in June of 2022 to announce that a special committee of its board of directors was investigating the alleged misconduct and appointed Stephanie McMahon, Vince's daughter, as interim CEO and interim chairwoman. Yes, Stephanie McMahon Helmsley. In this capacity, Miss McMahon publicly affirmed her commitment to doing everything in her power to help the special committee complete its work and to implement the findings. She wanted the importance of a safe and collaborative workspace. I hate this word right here, collaborative. You know who collaborates? People collaborate with the Nazis. Collaboration. We need to collaborate more. No, we don't. I hate that word. I'd rather have synergy everywhere. Notwithstanding the public statement, the investigation was a sham. Okay. The WWE touted the conclusion of the special committee investigation into the conduct. Yet the special committee never even bothered to interview Ms. Grant or request any documents. Maybe they thought she was a liar, stating she would cooperate. Maybe they thought she was a liar. They don't need to talk to her. Any SEC filings, they tried to divert any attention away from his abuse by focusing on the technical issue of how the hush money was accounted for. In the words of the company, the issue was immaterial accounting errors related to certain payments that Mr. McMahon agreed to make during the period from 2006 to 2022. Which, yes, the amount of money the WWE takes in every year, I'm sure they could, it's an immaterial accounting error, fractions of a percent. Through all this trauma, she has endured profound suffering in silence. Feelings of exploitation, loss of security, and the fear of facing the wrath of the WWE and McMahon's army of attorneys if she ever were to come forward and bring to light the egregious acts detailed herein. Except she's doing that right now. So, is she really that scared? I don't know. Just saying. Time has passed. And she seeks to hold these parties accountable for her own sake and for others. She seeks a declaratory judgment that her NDA is invalid under federal and state law. It also asserts violations of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. Now, that has federal, you can be charged under it federally, but it also contains civil remedies for people who are victims of trafficking. So let's see the parties. Okay, she's a Connecticut citizen and a former there. Vincent Kennedy McMahon, a Connecticut citizen, co-founded the WWE in 1980. And he's currently the executive chairman of the board. I should say it like they do. The executive chairman for the board for TKO Holdings, LLC. Defendant Worldwide Wrestling Entertainment, also known as World Wrestling Entertainment, LLC, WWE, is a Delaware limited liability company whose sole managing member is TKO Group Holdings, Incorporated. Okay. TKO is a Delaware corporation. Okay. WWE is a Delaware corporation, headquarters in Connecticut. Okay. So, we are... Okay, and if you guys didn't know, there was a merger a while back in 2023 between the that didn't work right. Between the WWE and the UFC. So that's actually kind of a neat thing. John Laurinaitis is a Arizona citizen, okay, who upon information and belief was officially dismissed by WWE in August 2022 amid allegations of misconduct by women in WWE. Okay. So there's other people here. At all times relevant, WWE corporate officer number 2. Was a high-ranking employee at WWE who made hiring decisions, conducted prospective employee interviews, and maintained significant control over personnel decisions. Corporate officer number 2 worked in these capacities. Okay. Corporate officer number 1 was a high-ranking employee and board member at the WWE during Grant's employment. Corporate officer number one continued to work in high-ranking positions in connection with the merger. This individual is referred to herein as corporate officer number one. They know who these people are, and we don't. I'm assuming one of these people is Stephanie McMahon, Vince McMahon's daughter. For those of you wrestling fans, yes. She is a actually very important part of WWE and its operations. Face roll the keyboard and out this chick. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, so here we go. Hold on here. Well, Eric says Vince uses the family shtick on her. Yeah. Yes. Oh, you guys are talking about the poop attorney? Yeah, that was a real thing. President left for like Phil Swift for $4.99. Says McMahon resigning today means he's tired of this, or he and Brock Lesnar really did turn this lady into a slop hog and force her to finish them while covered in poop. I mean, that's not a good look. Not a good look there. It's, yeah. Yes. And as Winter Soldier says over on Kick, can you smell what Vince is pooping? Yeah, she tested this story on Reddit. Yeah, this is off-tastic. Oh, number one is John Laurinaitis? Well, why would they refer to him as number one and then come back? That doesn't make any sense. Because he's already listed. He's listed, but then they also do number one. Because he's already a party. These are non-party officers down here. So he's listed as a party because he's one of the people that assaulted her, allegedly. So he couldn't be one of the corporate officers. Corporate officer number 3. Also, I wonder if one of these is also Triple H. Because, I mean, he's actually big up there. And corporate officer number 3 is a high-ranking employee and or board member during Grant's employment at WWE. This individual referred to as corporate officer number 3. Okay. There's corporate officer number 4 is a high-ranking WWE employee. Held that position at Grant's time. Okay. WWE superstar is a professional wrestling superstar who performs at WWE events. During the time of Grant's employment, McMahon signed WWE superstar to a new booking contract with WWE. This individual is referred to as WWE superstar. Pretty sure it's Brock Lesnar. We were talking about this last night. I think that timeline matches up, especially with the UFC thing, because I doubt it was CM Punk. Oh. Max Murrah. Yes. Hurrah. Max just waiting for the mother of all Amber Turds part, aka the Vince McMahon dump truck. Yes. Hella, excited utterance. How you doing? So this is Vince McMahon, the head of the WWF, as it used to be known. He is getting sued, alleged of sexual assault, human trafficking, and all kinds of other things. And I still don't understand why people just say SA. It's like, yeah, if you're gonna get demonetized, take the hit. Just speak like adults. Speak truth to power. J-Rock says, in my humble opinion, she will unfortunately receive a large settlement. I have to say I agree with you. So yes, although it's more like no. Okay, yes, but she probably will. Okay. Yes, who does number 2 work for? Apparently number 2 did work for them. Yeah, CM Punk did MMA, but I don't think Vince McMahon is going to get into a poop orgy with CM Punk. So, well, yes, he was also never UFC champion. Eric Folmes is right. Cock Lesnar. Oh. So, yes, this is. So, let's keep going here. Jurisdiction and venue. And I want to see how they got the diversity down, because she's a Connecticut party too. And I didn't see how she can have two Connecticut citizens. That's a question for me, and I don't know. I want to see how they resolve that. So there's jurisdiction under 28 USC 1331 because her claims under the the Trafficking Victims Protection Act and her cause for declaratory relief under the Speak Out Act all raise a federal question. Okay, so we're not even getting a diversity jurisdiction. We're going straight into these are federal laws and federal questions. So she's suing under a federal right of action, so there is no issue about diversity jurisdiction, anything like that. It doesn't matter. She's suing under a federal law, so that's going to be good enough. And the law grants them the ability to do that. So all done. Don't have to worry about it. Eric Holmes says the Big Show is an AEW during all of this. Well, that'd be even worse for her because she'd be like, I got log split. The Big Show was there. Yeah, imagine the Big Show. I mean, if Big Show had taken a poop, Vince and her would have drowned. She got crushed under. Big Show takes a shit and it lands on her. She's like, it pins her down like a telephone pole fell on her. Be like Greg Abbott. A tree falls on her. She's paralyzed. Like, ah! Okay. So, of course, supplemental jurisdiction over state law claims because the claims are related to the TVPA as the foreign part of the same case or controversy. Okay. Venue's proper because this occurred in the District of Connecticut. Okay. Factual allegations. Okay, so after family passed away, she was she was broken. She often ran to McMahon's two personal assistants in her building, one of whom was a great. So, okay. The resident manager was her closest friend in the building. Similar personality, Grant and resident manager bond over stories of adversity. They coordinate community initiatives in the building together. They were aware of her efforts to obtain employment. The resident manager says we could reach out. Sure. Okay. Ahead of the meeting, advised Miss Grant to be energetic as Mr. McMahon is big on energy and talk to McMahon no differently than she talks to the resident manager. Okay, fair enough. Miss Grant arrived for the meeting at McMahon's condo with printed copies of her resume, a black notepad, and thank you cookies. Oh, really? No wonder where the poops came from. It's like, give me bran cookies next time. The brandier, the better. Just take bran and coat it in butter and bake it together. Yes! Sitting at his dining table, McMahon looked at Miss Grant's resume and complimented her communication skills and common sense before discussing a little about their personal lives. For example, she talked about her hardships and losing her family, her parents, her family's bankruptcy, and other trauma that led her to seek financial independence and ensure she would never experience losing her home again. Okay. McMahon shared stories about his upbringing, his traumatic childhood, growing up in poverty, and current family dynamics, including his separation from Linda McMahon, described as his ex and long gone. He had his marital status as an arrangement on paper for business purposes, and he lives a quiet, isolated life outside of WWE. At the end of the meeting, he didn't want to just give her a job, but give her a life. He would find a place for her. Miss Grant said she didn't know how to think of her possibly just changing my life. And Vince said one simple thank you is enough, and that he accepted a hug. They stood and embraced. McMahon told Grant to get the ball rolling on the next steps. So it was a busy time of the year as he prepared for WrestleMania, displaying his WWE Super Bowl, which it is. He invited her to attend as his guest along with the resident manager, and he added that personally would select their seats at the best possible experience. That'd be pretty dope to have seats to, like top VIP to WrestleMania. That would be so cool. Vince, you're watching this. I got you, bro. McMahon advised his officer to reach out to set up a meeting with a trusted official. Corporate officer number 2. Okay. After asking if her cell was the best number to reach it, McMahon shared his personal cell phone number with her, walked her to the door, and again hugged her, whispering. He whispered, "So good." He arranges her to be hired by WWE while beginning to groom her for sexual exploitation. The day before she was scheduled to meet WWE corporate officer number 2, McMahon unexpectedly invited her to come back to his condo for pointers for her meeting with the corporate officer. Okay. When she arrived, McMahon gave her a hug and suggested they sit on the couch. It quickly became clear McMahon had no intention of giving her pointers. Well, I'm sure he wanted to give her a pointer for an interview, except for a single direction. If the topic comes up during her meeting, she should say they met through a mutual friend. Okay, that's fine. During this meeting, McMahon described a surgery he had on his knee by touching Miss Grant's leg and drawing a line where the surgery had taken place with his finger. He stated that similar to rehabbing an injury, Miss Grant can now let her scar tissue build up from inside her trauma, as her vulnerability is a gift. Okay, that reads out of like a novel. Her vulnerability is a gift, he said, as he slowly drug his finger across her knee. McMahon explained people are intimidated around him and are afraid to touch him. I'm pretty sure in any corporate setting, people are afraid to touch each other. I don't think anybody walks around Microsoft going, should I just go touch Steve Ballmer or Bill Gates or anybody, or go to Apple? It's like, hey, maybe I should touch Tim Cook. Like, nobody does that. That he's an affectionate person who likes to hug and starves for physical affection. Holy shit. If that's really true, I'm glad I never met him, because getting hugs from Vince McMahon, that would be awkward. I'd be like, no, don't touch me. He's like, yes. And I'm like, no. He led her on a grand tour of his condo before hugging her goodbye again, whispering, feels so good. So the next day she met with corporate officer number 2. He hardly asked any questions, saying that was figuring out where she'd be placed and then be in touch after WrestleMania. Grant texted McMahon and then said, oh yeah, it was great. She also commented on a dinosaur skull that she saw on his office wall, prompting his response, by the way, if you are a bad girl, the T-Rex will eat you. Rawr. Followed by, seriously, Janelle, whenever you land at WWE, you will be a credit to the organization. So a couple of days later, they got their VIP to WrestleMania. They got a black SUV. Why has it got to be black? From McMahon, per his instructions, she took notes about her impressions from WrestleMania. This lady doesn't strike me as a wrestling fan, though. So she's like, oh my God, there were so many fireworks. And like, is this really real? Are they really hurting each other? Over the next several weeks, she invited him to his condo on several occasions, trying to find the right position for her. For each meeting, she brought sample job descriptions she found online to review with him and demonstrate the types of roles she might fit in. McMahon listened to her and asked her questions, pointing out her qualities he described as rare gifts, including her goodness, vivaciousness, childlike innocence, and the ability to be vulnerable. All things that made her an easy target. McMahon also initiated long physical embraces with her, telling her that he trusted her and he could be himself around her, and how he opened his home to her. Okay. Okay, now I was wondering when the underwear parts come out. Okay. Eventually, he did not greet her when she entered, but instead called her to his master walk-in closet. As soon as she turned the corner, he emerged from his closet wearing only his underwear. Shocked, she turned around and apologized. As McMahon laughed and asked her, ha ha ha. Vince laughed and asked her to turn around. He then handed her a shirt and asked for help with the buttons. McMahon reminded her that he was working hard on her role, and that he felt good about her taking care of him. Around that time, McMahon asked Grant that he would never forget how helpless she looked when they first met, and they wanted to wrap his arms around her, assured her that everything was going to be okay, that Grant's problems were in the past. McMahon also told Grant he viewed her as a true friend. Okay. However, McMahon advised Grant the people at WWE could never know about their closeness, or rumors would spawn and threaten them, particularly due to Miss Grant's physical beauty. McMahon also emphasized the circumstances could jeopardize the company. Around this time, he mentioned that he had an attorney on speed dial, and I bet this part's true, whom he described as the best of the best at making problems, including people who become problems, go away. I bet that's true. In April, he invited her to his condo for an update. Upon her revival, he assured her that he was a man of his word and that his office would be in touch with her soon for the right role. Okay, while this is all going on, this is going on for like 2 months. What's this lady doing to survive? Like, where does she have money? How is this working? This is just like a point of it's Robert Rules of Orders, like point of information, or an inquiry. How is she surviving right now? Because, like, how is she not out in the street eating the bugs or something? Like, what? How is she not like on a homeless shelter? Just a question. Just a question. I'm just asking questions here. President-elect Phil Swift from 199 says, Vince should say this is all a work and keep kayfabe. Oh my God, that would be funny. This is... Yeah. Vince is going to be like, well, since Jeff Hall died, we had to write our own storyline. And this is the best Triple H could come up with. That I pooed on the woman. Eric says, now open that ass, Janelle. Michelle says he sounds like a nice old man. He is pretty nice. Oh. Vince would tell me, he'd be like, you're so fluffy, Sean. Yes. Like, I'd be like, oh, thank you, Mr. McMahon. I'd be like, you flirt. Stop it. Oh. Can we please super chat as Vince McMahon? I'm gonna come. That would be hilarious. Oh. Oh. I'm sorry you guys don't like my Vince McMahon impression, but I love doing it. Big Zane said this is all Vince the character, not Vince the person. You know what? That's also a great defense. It's all a storyline. We recorded all of it. It's going to be part of the next Raw series. Dude can't put pants on by himself, apparently. Well, he's got a lot. He's 75 years old and has had a lot of injuries. Yeah, he definitely can't. It wouldn't surprise me. And why do you think he walks the way he does? Like, because that's kind of how he probably has to walk a little bit when he does his strut. Around that time, he told her he'd never forget her and wanted to wrap his arms around her. Okay, we already, viewed her as a true fan. I guess we already just did that. It's like we're reading that twice. Whatever. Okay, yeah, we already, okay, yeah, okay, God, we already got through it. Wow, I just pulled a Drinko there. McMahon grabbed a large black electric massager and told her to turn around for a demonstration. Turn around. He quickly moved, rubbing his hands on Miss Grant's upper back before reminding her that she would hear from his office about the next steps in a day or two. 2 days later, she was conducted about further meetings. A week later, she met down with the high-ranking human resource employees, HR number 1 and HR number 2. I'm sure those people are real peaches. They provided her with their impressions about the company culture and confirmed the ball was in their court to figure out where she would best fit at WWE. And they're like, I guess the boss said we got to hire you somewhere. So even after he's already like been naked in front of her and stuff, she keeps going back over to the condo. And again, the topic of bucket list came up, during which Miss Grant expressed she always dreamed of attending the Belmont Stakes. Okay. Vince said he would personally acquire 2 tickets for her, which Miss Grant said she could not accept. McMahon then stood up from his chair and knelt in front of the chair where Miss Grant was seated, blocking her from standing. He leaned close to Miss Grant and told her to kiss him. Miss Grant paused and gave McMahon a kiss on the cheek, to which McMahon sighed. That's not what I meant. After McMahon walked off to his bedroom and said that he wanted Miss Grant, she swiftly rejected his advances and tried to reason with him that he was putting her in a bad position. Miss Grant pled with Mr. McMahon to stop and think about what he was doing. See, this is written in legal. It doesn't have there should be like a comma right here and stuff. I'm just saying. McMahon then repeatedly begged simply to hold Miss Grant. Out of fear for her employment and his earlier implied threats about his legal team dealing with problems, Miss Grant laid down on the bed next to McMahon and kept her hands clasped and ankles crossed as she acquiesced it away, saying that he could only hold her but nothing more. When Miss Grant tried to make small talk about WWE storylines, McMahon suggested she watch the next episode of Monday Night Raw and texted him before the broadcast. After she agreed, he forcibly kissed her and began pulling down a strap on her sweater. Miss Grant then sat up and said she needed to leave, had a lot to process, and then left. The next day, Miss Grant appeared and watched the show and texted McMahon to wish him well. Okay. She was shocked when she appeared on the show and texted back in the middle of the live broadcast. It's a very nice message and made me smile. She must have been in the footage from WrestleMania, I guess. I don't know. On May 9th, he texted her, seriously, this has been like 3 months. How is this lady surviving? If her family's bankrupt, her parents are dead, and she must have some sort of money. Because it's not like she's living out of a car. What is going on here? Like I said, point of inquiry, just point of information. I have issues that are not being answered. J-Rock says, I understand Iqbal and Twombly, but this is excessive. Yeah, this is not notice pleading, but this is an assassination. So that's why they're doing it. Michelle said she went to his bed. Charles S. says, as one does with their boss. Oh. This trial is going to rock. Oh, I'm sure it's like, I don't think we'll get that far. I'd love to see Vince McMahon in a deposition, though. He'll be like, Mr. McMahon, yes. Well, all those times you see him like getting scared in front of Stone Cold or even against Donald Trump, he'd be like, counselor, this is how I kind of looked at it. I'm trying to read this all as a good novel, and you guys aren't even giving me credit for it. But Hulk Hogan, the character, versus Hulk Hogan, the person, yeah. Yes. The shitting is problematic, but the shitting doesn't make any sense. I think we'll get into more descriptive shitting though at this point. We're just gonna dive right in. So she told she has a job after 3 months of being poor. The next day, Human Resources Employee 2 called her and informed her that Corporate Officer number 4 would contact her at 4 to discuss a legal role. Okay. Call for Corporate Officer number 4, sent McMahon a thumbs up message to indicate the call went well. Around 7 p.m., the corporate officer unexpectedly called her a second time and formally offered her a job saying, welcome to the WWE. At 7 o'clock? Jeez. This is sketchy as hell. So the day after that, McMahon invited her to his condo. So did she just quit after she started talking to Vince McMahon, all those volunteer things? And she just fuck all this. I don't need to helping homeless people anymore. Or these blind dogs or the blind Ukrainian orphans. No one cares anymore. She's like, I'm not doing this anymore. Salami ukulele. Hope Russia wins. Get out of here, kids. What is she doing with her life now? So on May 11th, McMahon invited Miss Grant to his condo again, and asked her to lay in bed with him before informing her that he had ordered WWE Corporate Officer number 4 to offer her the job, even though a job description had not been firmed up beyond a high-level summary. Well, that's what happens when you're the boss. While incredibly excited to receive long-awaited employment and financial security, Grant expressed to McMahon there seemed to be a conflict between his doing this and warning that no one should know about their closeness. He appeared amused with replying, "It's my company." Yes, it is. McMahon then dressed down to his briefs while Miss Grant remained clothed and began kissing Miss Grant. Oh, hold on. McMahon then undressed down to his briefs while Miss Grant remained clothed and he began kissing Miss Grant and inserting his hands into her pants without consent. On May 16th, he obtained tickets to the Belmont Stakes. Okay. The next day, she received an offer letter for level as a legal administrator coordinator with a salary of $75,000. On the next day after that, she brought a copy of the offer letter to review with him. Why did she have to bring a copy of the letter for his company? I'm sure, Vince has got all kinds of setups where he can get whatever he wants document-wise. Why did she have to bring it? That doesn't, yeah. Okay, anyway, her new boss worked in risk and governmental relations, referred to as WWE employee number 1, was a decades-long family friend and confidant, similar in age to McMahon, and one of a small original group, what McMahon called the Titan family, who helped WWE expand from a regional promotion to a global juggernaut. If any of you guys are out there at WWE like aficionados, let me know, because I don't know who that is. Oh, okay. Jeff, howdy, Legal Vices, for 20,000 won. Come over to my condo, Sean. Hold on. Come over to my condo, Sean. Let me tell you about the job offer. Hashtag pants or prison. If only you knew, Jeff. If only you knew. But I'll come over to your condo. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Somebody will be taking the train to Busan, I'll tell you that much. Phil Swift for $4.99 says, I need Vince having a moment on the stand like in the Gawker trial when Hogan said Terry Bollia's dong is average, but Hulk Hogan's is 10 inches. He's going to be like, yes, I have the biggest dong. Although, when you think about it, though, when Vince McMahon resigned today, do you think he looked at himself in the mirror and went, you're fired? Something to think about. Michelle says, why'd she go to the house? Because I think she wanted to do this. Chesterian Fraud says he's not a Zoomer who asks for permission at every action. He's an old man. Yes, a dirty old man. Oh. Sarah Winks says, never do appointments at someone's condo. Professionals don't do that. Yes. Eric says this might be Kevin Dunn. Okay. Oh, he's all yours, Legal Vices. Oh, boy. Oh, Lord, Jeff. Hopefully, you better tell the hospitals agree to get a bunch of stitches ready, because they're going to need to do a lot of work. Oh. Papa says, yeah, brother. Sean can't help but use foamer innuendo. Yes. Yeah, shared cash registers. I'm not going to reenact it. The question is, why'd she go to the house a dozen times before the job offer? Oh, there's a lot of questions, Jeff. There's a lot of questions. I still think the poop one's the biggest one. So, yes, there's a lot of questions here. She probably got like $20K every time she went to his house. Yeah. Well, and Jeff, you know what? Hold on, Jeff. I'm going to send you a link. I know you just got done, and I think you were talking about this already, but I kind of want to run some things by you as a fellow barrister. Hello, are you? Yeah, you're a barrister, because I don't. Yeah, we're Americans. If you're a solicitor, you're a barrister. We don't We don't segregate here in America. We're all attorneys. Oh, come on, load up. Where are you on my list? Yeah, if you want to come on over. I have a question for you. So there you go. I was worried I almost put that in chat for everybody. There are going to be a million people coming in StreamYard. Oh. Why didn't Vince just hire a high-end escort? Chairman McMahon does not hire an escort, sir. Although it sounds like she may have made her an escort, technically, because I have questions about what happened there. So, oh, Jeff, you need to connect your mic and cam. Careful with the answer prison thing, though. Oh, okay. Hey.
Oh, yeah, brother. Let's get it on.
Yes.
Ayatollah of rock and roll is in the house. This fulfilled every nerdy kid wrestling.
I know, but I'm just, yes, it's just, let me tell you something, brother. It's like, yes, Razor Ramon, he says, hola, chica.
Yeah.
Yes, you see me? I am Vince McMahon. Life is good.
Drop so many like childhood wrestling references. That we brought a Big John Stud for her pleasure, and Greg the Hammer Valentine, and we're doing good.
Yes. So, oh yes, be sure to check out Legal Vices. Yes, make sure you do. So I had a question for you.
Yeah,
and I don't know if it gets to this at some point here, but when she's talking about like she's poor, or as she po, and that her parents are dead, and there's bankruptcies, and she's been like teaching blind penguins how to read as like community service to get a job.
Yeah.
Like how has she survived for the past couple of months while this is all going on?
Doesn't mention how she's living in the same building as two of McMahon's personal assistants,
because those guys are eating SpaghettiOs.
And either they're horrifically underpaid, or she's got a side gig.
Yeah, well, let's.
Well, see, and this was the first time I read through this, I'm like, oh my god, he's such a piece of shit. He's like the worst person ever.
I haven't even finished this. This is my first time reading it.
Yeah, and I was so sympathetic to her. And then today, when I was doing it for 3 hours, like the second time, I'm like,
oh, okay,
holy shit, there's problems. I wasn't nearly as sympathetic towards her the second time through. The third time, I'm thinking I'm just pretty much going to have at it.
Yeah. So number one is the most feared person in the company behind Vince, because he's the one who tells people, "You're fired."
Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, that's how Vince does that too. Yeah. He's like, "Get the patent in McMahon, bitch, slap."
Does that weird? My head is 3 sizes too small for my neck finger pointing thing.
Yes.
Like I'm gonna hobble over and shut the. I'll turn off the camera, but I can still hear. I've got to shut the window here.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. People didn't like Vince McMahon. I liked the chairman throughout his time and the time as a character. Beyond that, he offered little information about the employee's number one's role. Okay. Number one's personal trauma is explaining to Grant that number one has no family, and number one's spouse passed away, and the McMahons were his only family. Do you know who number one's supposed to be?
No, we couldn't figure it out. Because I think might be his lawyer. His previous lawyer.
Because there's a couple people, I'm assuming at some point up at the top, one of those corporate entities is probably Stephanie, but I don't know which one it's, because they don't really do a good job of explaining who's who, except for,
or they do a good job of not explaining.
Well, because they're going to have to, they have to at some point though.
Yeah, at some point, yeah.
Yes, except for Brock Lesnar. Yes.
Some of them are very, very easily identifiable, like the personal trainer at the hospital where this happened.
Yes.
But that's one thing that lends a little bit of credibility to what she's saying. That she offers a lot of details in this. So it's either she was a hoe full scale, or they're both evil.
Well, I mean, being a hoe, it's like it's like she's not a hoe. I'd argue she's probably more of an escort at this point, because when you're a hoe, like job hazard is.
You've seen Archer, the whole hooker scene in Archer, haven't you?
Yeah. Yes.
They're only hookers when they're dead. No, when they're dead.
Well, yes, when you're a hooker is like being out on a crab boat. You might get killed as part of your job. Yeah. When you're an escort, you generally get to live like to an old age and get to retire. So she's more of an escort, I'm thinking at this point, than anything.
She's still alive, so she's an escort.
Yeah. Well, it's so he touted number one's loyalty. Number one would be able to protect Mrs. Grant, and he led her to a bedroom and given her the command, please don't stop. He told her, please don't stop this. I just want to see Vince do one of his depositions where, you know, how he does that like scared routine where he's kind of like all bumbly and talking. He's like, oh, well, it's like, well, counselor. I know that's how it's going to go. He's like, he's gonna get like to be such a smart ass, and then they're just gonna be like, he's gonna be like, it's like, listen to Stone Cold come out, he can hear the glass break.
He's gonna be on his knees going,
yes. At least Shane's probably clear of this. During the May 18th encounter, she felt coerced in engaging in sexual activity, and McMahon trapped her in an impossible situation, as she feared adverse career and personal consequences and legal retaliation if she declined.
She doesn't even work for him yet, and she's fearing her career problems.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, I'm not gonna have any money. It's like, I thought you didn't have any money. Like, where's your money coming from right now? You know, maybe she has a phony OANs. I don't know. McMahon stated, "This is what I've been waiting for."
I did the voice too.
You did it, Vince talk.
You can't read it you can't do it without reading without the Vince voice. It's impossible.
There's got to be an AI who could do Vince McMahon voice right now. I'd love to have this like respond. I can just click and
you need it for the next paragraph.
Oh, I do. Okay, hold on. Okay, as she performed oral sex on Miss Grant, Miss Grant asked that protection be used, and for oral sex.
That's what I said. Like, doesn't sound like oral to me.
And Mr. McMahon responded, "There was no need to worry because he was clean." Okay, he's probably clean in that sense, but he's probably not clean on a steroid test. Back then, I mean, this is back before like he's all crippled now, but back then he was still kind of swole. Okay, feeling that she was being used for his gratification, it's like, okay, no shit. Miss Grant went numb. Are we sure that wasn't the cocaine? Unable to make eye contact. Okay, McMahon then flipped on his back and said, "Oh my god, I can like imagine this right now." It's like floppy 78-year-old dick be like, "Okay, jack him off." Oh my god, this is awesome. Till he says, "Y'all just call me Skippy." Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh.
This is so good. What do I want to do after doing this for 3 hours? I want to do it for 3 more hours. That's how good this is.
Future Mrs. Martin gifted 10 memberships. Thanks, sweetheart. Oh my god, this is amazing. This is amazing. Oh god.
Okay,
Jeff, I did want to say, yeah. Oh no, he's like, okay, jack him off. Oh god, this is great. Disturbed by the non-consensual sexual encounter. Not the other times where he was in his underwear and all the other stuff. This was disturbing. Yeah. You know, she hoped that he would cease his advances. He asked you to crank him off. Like, what makes you think that's the line? Like, but his advances continued and left her to fulfill his demands or lose her job. According to who? He never said that. There's no threat.
She doesn't have a job to lose yet.
Well, I know that, but there's no threat of her. Like he's ever says, like, you know, play on my hog, or you don't have a job. I think we kind of. That's a little bit of a hole you could drive a truck through there. I'm just saying. Hopefully, those attorneys are. Well, these attorneys are probably better than Michelle Trakunis' attorneys. Jesus. On June 16th, the day before starting, Miss Grant attempted to shut down any further physical contact. And, of course, by admitting to McMahon her unhappiness and concern starting her first ever job. How old is this chick? her first ever job. Because I've seen the pictures of her. She doesn't look like she's not old, but she's not like 21. So,
I believe in her 30s, actually.
Yeah, so it's like she definitely. Oh, hold on 1 second. My producer's got something. What's?
No, she was like 38. She's 43 now.
Oh, she's 43 now?
Yeah, she was late 30s. Her
So
first
she hasn't,
job ever was when she was in her late 30s.
She was caring for her parents. It's like, you mean your mom and dad had a lot of money and you stayed there and wiped their asses, it sounds like.
Yeah, she never had a job, at least that she reported to the IRS, until her late 30s.
And I don't think she was really that as everybody's thinking. Also, Phil Swift, President-elect Phil Swift from 199, thanks, Phil, is saying... Oh, I got to clear my throat real quick. Hold on. Oh, my throat's going to feel like shit in the morning.
That's what Janel said.
Yeah, that's what she said too. Yeah. me. Okay. Vince told her, jack him off or I'll get Brock the cock, Lesnar. This is so good. Oh crap! We got more memberships. I tried Iconoclast for dropping five memberships on everybody. Thank you. Okay, yeah, Till, you're not trying hard enough. For some reason, he can't get a membership. We don't know why. Oh, okay. So, she while in a physical relationship, she requested they end in a relationship and remain friends. Trying to friend zone Vince McMahon. That's brilliant. Okay, they went to the friend zone, the end. All right, guys, it's been a great stream. Have a nice night. What do you got coming up next?
Probably this somewhere else, I hope.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do this all day. This is great.
McMahon refused, saying it was not ending. He's like, no. It was not ending. It did not need to, and he did not ever envision it ending. Okay. He reminded her that he trusted her, reiterated that rumors would lead to trouble, probed her silence to be an issue, and brushed off her concerns. She was struggling with feeling that her job felt unearned. He told Miss Grant that all she needed to do was not tell anyone. It just has to look legit. Okay. Yeah, fake it till you make it. McMahon then spun the conversation and told Grant to focus on the positives and embrace that her life was about to change. It's like, isn't this what you've always wanted? McMahon manipulatively emphasized she was about to start an adventure and gain a new family as a surrogate for the family she lost. Ultimately, her unsuccessful attempt to end the further unwanted physical contact quickly taught her that her view on the matter was not relevant. Well, okay, that's what you took from that. Okay, so in June, God, yeah, like she's just been like coasting for months now without any money. Like what? That's one of my big questions for her. How are you surviving? So, she reported to WWE headquarters with attorneys in glass offices and support staff in cubicles with low walls and tall monitors. It was easy to see how much other colleagues worked. As a quiet and small department, it was easy to overhear their conversations. She was immediately surprised there was not much work assigned to her. Yeah, imagine that. Like, yes, the boss got you a job. What, like, did she think she was going to become like the linchpin of it all? You're like, no, Janelle, you're going to need to lead the deposition today. Like, come on now. There's no way she took that seriously. Miss Grant's phone only overflowed with controlling and sexually charged texts from the chairman and CEO demanding her of his power and ever-present surveillance. I can only imagine her phone just keeps ringing. They're like, wow, you've had a busy day. Yeah, listening to Vince talk about his dick. I'm sure it was busy. Colleagues shared onboarding stories with Grant, talked about receiving pre-made binders of information, the opportunity to shadow departing employees, none of which happened for Miss Grant. That's because, like, honey, what did you think your job was going to be, really? Like, you weren't really going to be in charge of the legal department. Nor did anyone know what her unusual title of administrator coordinator meant. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. She's executive vice president of what do they make Homer in The Simpsons? He's the executive vice president of vice president experience or something. So Miss Grant did not even meet employee number 1 until her second week of employment. Employee number 1 was a lively individual who frequently regaled the legal department with the stories of others at WWE. Okay. McMahon's name was mentioned. One would turn with a point, its finger point, or a comment that drew attention to her connection to McMahon and says, she knows what I'm talking about. Okay. Employee number 1 and bonded as partners. They referred to as a partner. We'll use as Eric July would say, a partner. Was taught words to live by in WWE, including, we do what's in the best interest of the company, protect the business, and if McMahon wants something, the answer isn't no, but rather how do we make it happen? I think she already got that one figured out pretty good. Number 1 also impressed on Miss Grant that job titles don't mean anything for members of McMahon's inner circle, which she was clearly considered part of. Number 1 was seldom seen in the office and required little administrative support. Miss Grant reported directly to another employee within the legal department, referred to as employee number 2. Okay, so they didn't explain this more, but this makes some sense. We could probably figure this out on a corporate chart. Who provided her with occasional projects related to talent appearances and XFL work that helped fill her time. Based on her hiring alone, corporate officer number 4 was on notice that there was something different about her, namely her connection to McMahon. As Miss Grant feared, she was unhappy the spotlight was unnecessarily put on her before she ever set foot in the office. Like, what did she think was going to happen?
Who are you, strange person that's in a titled position that nobody's ever heard of before?
Like, well, what's your experience? I was giving homeless people food like 2 months ago, and now I'm here. Like, how did she think this was going to work? Like, do you have training as a paralegal? No. She immediately noticed that WWE corporate officer number 4 is warm with other colleagues, but cold towards her. Okay, so she's mad number 1's like sexually harassing her, but she's mad number 4's like, this bitch didn't earn her job. She's just sucking dick to get paid. Like, okay, so which one do you want? Do you want people to not treat you like a piece of meat? Or do you want, like, what do you want from these people? Come on. This is just women, you know what I mean?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Not a clue.
Oh, hold on. What's this thing? What did you send me here? See if this loads up.
Someone clipped the picture from my stream.
Oh. That's awesome. You and Strawberry, that's hilarious. Is that Strawberry or Yoda?
That's Strawberry.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, beginning in July 2019, after Grant raised an issue related to the XFLs, she raised an issue about their performance-enhancing drug policy with McMahon. Like,
it was like, oh yeah, I completely agree. Performance-enhancing drugs.
More steroids, more.
I'll go get angry on a talk show and deny it ever happens.
Well, I more or less want to ask, like, why are you actually coming up to me with real problems? I'm here just to harass you, lady.
Oh, look, she thinks she has an opinion.
Yeah, and corporate officer number 4 went from cold to actively hostile. Because I bet number 4 is like, why are you fucking snitching on everything, bro? Like, we want them to be on steroids. Miss Grant walked into a room if officer number 4 was laughing at colleagues. Number 4's expression immediately became blank, and he would walk away if she walked into a room.
If you're that person in the office, just quit now for the sake of everyone else in the office.
Well, but if she knows that, like, okay, this guy's actually like, he's not treating her in a sexually way. He's just like, you're a scumbag because you took this job and had sex for it. So, you know, this guy's like, I don't respect you. I mean, I think that's pretty fair. One time, if they were walking towards each other in the hallway, number 4 stopped and changed directions. Holy shit, that's hilarious if that's true. Colleagues noted the shift in behavior while someone commented on it to Grant. Others emulated it. Well,
like, wow, turning around and walking away the other way down the hallway is kind of cool. I think I'll do it too.
And okay, I seriously, I only got to like paragraph 10 last night and I stopped because we weren't gonna have time. But Miss Grant took her employment seriously, notwithstanding these issues. You had a make work job. This is The Sopranos. You literally have to show up. It's a show up job. You just sit there and drink out of your Stanley cup for like 8 hours and go home.
And laugh at all the other people actually working.
Yeah, like you actually don't have a job to do. So you took your employment seriously. Like the job you don't have a description for and nobody's ever come to you with work for, you took it seriously.
It does sound like a mob job, doesn't it?
It is. She's just like sitting there like Paulie just sunning himself. Just
you're the new union coordinator for sandwich watching.
Yeah, you gotta count the paper clips, make sure they're not sharp. I'd just be sitting there with a stapler and it's like shooting staples in a garbage can. Okay.
I've done that.
So hi. The Simpsons gave me that idea as a kid. In contrast, McMahon continued a pattern of sending sexually charged messages throughout the work week. Well, see, that's her job. She was like the sexual harassment magnet. So like McMahon wouldn't harass anyone else. He's just like
the HR lightning rod.
Yeah, she's well, not somebody else had the pole, but yes, she was the shit magnet.
Well, that's coming up later.
Yeah, so I didn't even realize that. Wow. Okay, certain her employment depended on her continual appeasement of beatings to McMahon, and believing she needed McMahon's protection from the suspicious corporate officer number 4, Miss Grant felt no choice but to respond in kind. Okay. For all this, Grant began to experience debilitating panic attacks in the office on a near daily basis that left her physically drained. She could not hide the physical symptoms of these attacks and texted the resident manager, "You should see the way people look at me when I'm having an attack," but while her workers noticed, no one dared get involved. I'm sure she wasn't like having a panic attack like she's like shell-shocked under a desk. I'm sure like people are just looking at her like she's a spaz. Like whatever she thought she was having as a panic attack, I can't imagine people are like, "Are you okay?" They're just like, "What's wrong with this bitch?" Like, while she's saying it's like, "Oh my God, I was doing this, that, and the other." But everybody's like, no, she was sitting there staring at her computer, not doing anything like normal. McMahon's coercive control tactics to sexualize and dehumanize her. Ooh. In 2019 in the summer, his presence was all-consuming in Miss Grant's life. In the office, she felt monitored as she's surrounded by his allies, which led to daily panic attacks. Outside the office, he sexualized her entirely.
And inside the office, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, how do you don't partially sexualize somebody? That'd be weird. Okay, he no longer referred to her as a friend and largely stopped talking to Grant outside of sexting and fantasy talk. Any non-sexual attacks related to life or work were either given token responses of like, okay, or yup. McMahon was adamant about having Grant send him explicit photographs and pressing upon her that was part of her sexuality. Given the control that McMahon had over her employment, she felt complied. There's no threat. Send me these or you're fired. Or it's in your interest, because they would have said that so far. Unless that comes out later. This is still like, where's the coercion?
It's all in that first paragraph thing. And he has ways of making problems go away. Number 1.
Yes. Well,
oh my
God. Apparently it didn't happen here. Away. Yeah. Yeah. She felt compelled to comply and sent the explicit photographs to McMahon's mobile device. Miss Grant was routinely assured the photographs she's providing will remain private and part of their secret world. McMahon began to degrade Grant, calling her his bitch, while hinting at a fascination with having other people watch them engage in sexual activity. Okay. Additionally, this complaint encounters details which McMahon caused her to sustain physical injuries, including bleeding and pain from forceful use of sex toys. I mean, I understand, like, okay, we get to what some of those are down there below. But I was about to say, even though this is well past Twombly and Iqbal, I would like to say, like, as instances including what? Despite her plea to cease any activity, the number of encounters increased, as did McMahon's physical aggression during this time. And the thing is, he's 75 years old at this point. So, like, that's something. The other thing which gives me a little bit of like, how much actually happened here. I don't know about you, but that's
virile, vigorous, and potent.
Well, yeah. Well, yes, he is compared to a lot of 75-year-old men, but still,
yeah,
he's a 75-year-old guy that's had crippling injuries over 40, 50 years. McMahon was mostly aggressive when using certain sex toys named after the male wrestlers and performers. He named the sex toys so that the color of the toy matched the race of the wrestler. Okay, a black dildo would be named after an African-American wrestler. Like, who would he...
Junkyard Dog.
Yeah. And a white dildo would be named after a Caucasian wrestler.
Coco Beware.
Yeah, well, it's the big show. Although the funny thing is, Vince, like, he owns the naming rights, so he could name the dildos that.
Pretty much.
Yeah. He pulls out a sausage and he's like, I call this one the Slim Jim. In addition to McMahon's infatuation with pretending that other men, and namely certain WWE talent were in the room with them, this was yet another incremental step in desensitizing her to his fantasy. Which is funny because, like, little kids are like, I remember as a kid, like, pretending you're out there in the ring and it's like the crowd's cheering and Vince is like, yes, look at it, Stone Cold's over there. And he's giving me the thumbs up. That's right, Stone Cold. Or it's just like American History X, like, that's right, Triple H, I'm right here, Hunter.
And now he just brings out the big old dildo. I call this in Sergeant Slaughter.
Yeah. That's so funny. Like, little kids fantasized about imaginarily being in the ring, and Vince fantasized about the wrestlers, like, cheering them on. It's funny how that's like that binds us as, people.
It is. We're 3 steps away from being Vince McMahon.
Yeah, well, no, it's just like, we're all narrative-driven beings. Like, we all think we're going to be like the star of the show. Like, I thought I was a star of SmackDown, and you take the cans of Sprite, and you're like, shh, and yeah. We couldn't afford to do that beer because you couldn't get a hold of beer. So
we did that in middle school in 8th grade. We started like an underground professional wrestling league. It was like in the school locker rooms. It was all fun and games till some kid got his head laced open on the locker corner.
Well, that's why we did it outside. But yeah, you could do all kinds of stuff. That she performed sexual acts to have contact with others in WWE. Okay. During a David versus Goliath type wrestling match in 2019, which I love how they... Okay, that's going to be easy to figure out. Grant shared with McMahon her thoughts on the event, the draw of the rooting for the underdog, and ideas for future events. McMahon complimented her creative input. She believes she is being taken seriously, that is, until McMahon named a dildo after the smaller wrestler. Attempted to sexualize the situation, diminishing her input. Like, I love this. Like, this is all going on. You think eventually he's like gonna take you seriously. I mean,
we got this in Hornswoggle.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's an affirmative. There's got to be an affirmative defense. Like, she's so stupid. Maybe that's contributory negligence. She's so moronic.
I don't think that's a thing, but it should be.
Yes, stupidity being a negligence issue.
It should be.
No reasonable person standard.
Yeah.
By the fall, McMahon frequently pressed for pornographic videos and more explicit content. Okay. When she was expressing apprehension, he responded with why she could trust him or questioned why she didn't trust him. Okay. He flaunted a meeting with the Saudi crown prince in October 2019. I'm sure he said, like, come on, let's go to Riyadh. And I'm sure he could have been there and be like, hey, can you cut her head off? They could have done that. He tightens his grip, discredits her doctor, replacing him with one of own's choosing. Okay. Jeez. Miss Grant said that her doctor suggested that her symptoms stem from trauma and ongoing stress, and McMahon mocked her, "Emotional trauma, my ass." I could see him saying it like that.
He's all about the ass, isn't he? Got all those ass-kissing promotions and putting his ass out there.
And if you lose, you got to kiss his ass.
For my thumbnail, I wanted like one of his goofy pictures of him posing. So I Googled Vince McMahon shirtless goofy pose. And over half of my images were his ass. And I'm like, what if I would have searched for his ass? Dude, I remember a few episodes, but I don't remember it just being all about he loves showing his ass to people.
Yes. As Eric says, we're simple creatures. We are. And Goalie 171 says the John Cena version speaks Chinese when you come. Sean, yes, I missed the chance to name drop Kimbo Nice. Yes, I did. That's so funny. Oh, you guys are great. Oh, Aaron's a new member. Thank you, Aaron. Woo! And then Phil Swiss says for $1.99 for the company. Kayfabe now, kayfabe forever. And Ellen says he controls everyone's employment. It's his company. Welcome to the workforce. Keep your pants on. Yeah. And then Alex, this is actually a good question here. About the statute of limitations, will it still apply if Janel Grant succeeds and more people come forward? Well, for those other people, the clock is ticking if this happened to them. So her lawsuit's independent of them. So they can sue, but yeah, they're going to have a statute of limitations to deal with. That's always running for everybody. So
what it is
I think that's what you mean. Yeah. What it is, I'm not sure either, but yeah, it's out there. Although with a statute like this about human trafficking, this statute of limitations is probably like 85 years or something.
Yeah, 1 billion years.
Because we gotta do that. So McMahon insisted Grant see a physician of his choosing. Yes, and he's like, your trauma will be cured with steroids. Lots of steroids.
All the steroids.
Yes.
And that's the other thing about his performance. Yes. Dude was just a giant pile of roids by this point in his life.
Yeah, but you ever seen the pictures of him? I mean, he was jacked. Like, he looked good. Yeah. So he had a celebrity doctor, which, and that the facility that celebrity doctor operated from referred to as alternative clinic. I'm betting it's one of the WWE doctors. So that probably isn't hard to figure out. The doctor assured that her bills at the alternative clinic would be taken care of under McMahon's account. After the initial visit, it was apparent to Grant that McMahon and the doctor wanted her to stay there. Okay. And she felt pressure to do so. Okay. Doctor made comments about how celebrity doctor / they, referring to McMahon, had saved her life. And the doctor remarked how Miss Grant was unable to even make eye contact with celebrity doctor during the initial sessions, an obvious sign of trauma.
Obvious.
Yes.
Obvious sign.
Yes, obvious signs, yes.
Shame, trauma guilt, everywhere. And humiliation have nothing to do with it.
Trauma everywhere. Trauma. Grant acknowledged having a relationship with man during visits with the doctor who gave little reaction, save telling her there were many different paths to God and love. Aww. That sounds like something out of a Hallmark movie. The doctor lavished attention, treatments, and products on Miss Grant, all of which were paid for under McMahon's account. She's never provided with any receipts when she acquired what was provided. The doctor challenged her on whether she trusted the doctor and postured that if she didn't trust the doctor, then we should part ways right now. Okay. The outset of her care, each session lasted up to 1 hour. She would leave feeling exhausted from the doctor's deep dives into her personal work life as a coach focused on her behavior science. Oh, so this was a shrink. Wasn't an actual. Okay.
Yeah.
McMahon voiced concerns about rumors, then publicly exploits her. Okay. So the co-presidents, Barrios and Wilson, were departing the company and would no longer serve on its board. Yeah, there was a drop in the stock price. It took a hit. Okay. So, yada. Who cares about that? McMahon sent a message advising that he had been informed that there were a lot of rumors circulating about them. Oh, okay. McMahon said the rumors weren't good for either of them. Yes. Then, without any warning, she was temporarily relocated to the XFL. Well, hey, she wanted to work on their drug policies. There you go. I mean, finally, somebody took note of her memos. She felt desperate to escape feeling trapped at WWE, applied to remain with the XFL. She openly vocalized her desire to remain there, even referring to her state of the work as nothingness.
How's zen?
Oh, now yeah. And now she's
I've tried for the last 30 years to achieve nothingness in my office and get paid 80 grand for it. I'd take 80 grand to do nothing. Literally.
Especially at the WWE. Yeah, I mean, it's like, you're getting paid $80,000 and you're working for the WWE. That, like, what's not to love? And you don't have to do anything. She sought permission to change officially before informing McMahon. Days after this, during which time she had told McMahon about her application, her request was denied. Okay. In the weeks that followed, McMahon's warning about rumors. She told her to play dumb. He began showing explicit photos to people inside and outside the company. Okay, he sent a lengthy message describing, God, my voice is starting to feel that now. All the explicit photographs to a former WWE referee, referred to as WWE referee. Oh, that's very helpful.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I like that.
Yeah, which one? McMahon described how referee left to masturbate. It told Miss Grant she made a perfect stranger happy. Like, that's gotta be weird. Like, Vince, like, take a look at this. Oh, wow, I gotta go crank it in the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Like, Jesus.
Seen a bit, boss.
Yeah. Yeah. Hold the fight up for another minute. Run another commercial. Miss Grant initially dismissed this as mere fantasy talk. Okay. Believing he wouldn't do such a reckless thing. Okay. She voiced apprehension about McMahon sharing her naked photos with someone she didn't know. His response not to go further, but to assure the referee's loyal. See, he didn't even say it didn't happen. He's like, trust us. He won't talk.
Boss, can I borrow Mick Foley's sock for a bit?
Yeah. What's that?
Can I borrow Mick Foley's sock for a minute?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, this is just... Oh, wow. Okay, Alex is saying people are demanding Brock Lesnar and Vince are removed from WWE 2K24. Wow.
Yeah, his wife's... Lesnar's wife is probably going to demand he's removed from the house here in a minute.
Yeah. Chastarian Fraud says, I cannot believe a grown woman is this naive. Well, that's another issue. We'll get to that at the end, I guess. She could have always become a waitress. Yeah. Waffle House is always hiring. Okay. Let's see here. Where are... Oh, apparently Brandon's here, so let's see. Oh, hold on. Phil Swift for $4.99 saying, I'm now imagining McMahon having 40 wrestlers cheer him on like it's Royal Rumble for cuckolds, and the last man is standing gets put over at WrestleMania. Oh. Okay, wait, I need to picture that for a second. That's awesome. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God, there's so many, like it's... Oh God, that would be hilarious. Automatic Royal Rumble, you got to stay on top of her. If you got thrown off, you're out. Oh my God, this is great.
I like that. That's a good one.
Yeah. Automata for $5 says, best coverage in this case by far. Well, thank you. I bet Jeff's was pretty good too.
I have opinions about that, but hey, I'm in somebody else's house.
Sean's voice inflection slay me. I try. I do what I can. Jeff's got to take over the Vince quotes. Yeah, I don't know how much longer. Is my voice getting rougher? A little bit?
getting sexier. I just say I call it sexy.
Yeah, doesn't sound like it too much. Zero Fluxes for real. Mick Foley still pulling thumbtacks out of his ass. Oh, yeah.
I like how the porn bots think they're devaluing the show at this point.
Yes, good morning and blessings. Pleased to promote $5 feet pics for less. Link in bio for OnlyFan. Ooh, it's been a while since I've had a porn bot.
Yeah, I didn't get one.
Yeah, well, see, for a while I was, actually, hold on, I got to go to YouTube. I got to redo my tradition of I give the porn bots a wrench.
Yeah,
and this one needs a wrench too.
And this poor bot doesn't understand that reading what we're reading, we're supposed to be shocked about feet pics. We're about ready to read about someone shitting on another person's head.
Yeah. Well,
sorry, feet pics don't cut it anymore. Sorry.
Yes, how many feet pics? Like, what are we looking at here?
Show Bob blessings.
Yes. Okay, hold on here. Add as moderator. Standard moderator. Save. There you go. Yay. Let's see what happens. Well, I like to spice it up. Okay, the sharing of explicit photos terrified her as a sheer lack of control. It further panicked her that these private and intimate photos, which included her face, are being shared with strangers. She's 38. Has she never done this before? To anybody? Ever?
Apparently not.
It's like Ned. This is like Ned Flanders or something. It feels like
she goes to church and all, I guess.
Yeah. McMahon enthusiastically messaged her that WWE referee had showed a friend a naked photo of Miss Grant, which marked the beginning of him sharing the pictures with others, whom he encouraged to share with their friends. Like, sharing is caring. She expressed concern she had no intention of having sex with these strangers and make the message clear. As she felt threatened by the responses her pictures were getting, she made clear that she won a perception of her moving beyond this point of mere fantasy. Shortly after he had protected her from a job furlough, WWE would immediately announce the furlough affected a large number of employees. He emphasized he made sure she not be one of them, reinforcing her dependency on him. Okay, now I can see a dependency issue there. Particularly after the majority of the support staff, the legal department, all hired prior to her were furloughed. Okay, now she can make the claim I'm under his control, because holy shit, they all got fired. Damn.
Just for reference, the porn bot is spamming the word asshole in chat.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Good. I like that. Zero fuck saying sexy hot pics in bio. Okay. Is it asshole or asshole?
It's the whole variety. So apparently, from the nether regions.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yes. Right. Praise Chairman Mao. Give me some yuan super chat, sir. Let's go. Come on. Let's go, CCP. McMahon became most of a figure in her life as he meticulously asserted power control of every aspect of it. Her fears intensified over his actions, particularly sharing her naked pictures. She became paranoid and dependent on and worshipfully devoted to Mr. McMahon. He, in turn, pressed forward, exerting his power. Okay, here we go. Now we're getting to this.
May 2020. That's where it all starts. Yes. This is where it gets worse.
McMahon had recruited an individual whom he manipulatively referred to as his friend, to engage in a threesome. Why do they have to, his friend to engage in a threesome? If they're all having sex, it's a threesome.
So-called.
Unless there's another answer for that. The friend turned out to be his physical therapist at the alternative clinic, is referred to as physical therapist. Okay. To induce her participation, he began referring to her as his girlfriend and sent her a large bouquet of flowers. Nevertheless, on May 8th, she expressed apprehension about a threesome. In response, he said the plans were already made and suggested he would lose a friendship if she did not go through with it.
Well, hell, if you've already made the plans.
Well, I've already booked this flight. We can't change the plans. On the day of the threesome, Vince has got his schedule out we got to go to Raw in Amsterdam. We fly back here, threesome.
Oh, just you wait, John. Just you wait.
Okay. Oh, I'm getting. She reiterated she didn't want to go through with it. She expressed a fear of being thrown around like a rag doll.
But if she comes to his house to say, I don't want to come to your house and do this. She came to the house to say she doesn't want to do it.
Yes. She clearly stated she wanted to back out, but McMahon told her for the first time that he loved her, stunning her into silence.
Crock of shit.
Yeah, it's like, I love you. Okay.
Threesomes. Bring on the therapist.
Manipulative tactic result in the outcome he wanted, and he led her downstairs to the bedroom, where the therapist is already waiting to begin the threesome. He's getting a stretching in. He understands the purpose of good stretching.
It's okay to say.
Early in the encounter, McMahon immediately directed Grant to lay down on her back in a supplicating position. Why didn't he just say the supine position? While straddling over her, McMahon defecated on Miss Grant's head. He's 75. That may have just slipped out, too. McMahon let the shower off, but he instructed Miss Grant to remain in place with excrement in her hair and to continue performing for his friend, okay? While she requested protection, none was offered. I mean, if you've got shit on you, I'm more worried about, like, the hepatitis that might be in there. There's all kinds of nasty stuff in poo.
Sepsis.
Yeah, McMahon, MRSA, McMahon, physical therapist, continued with the threesome and directed her performances for around an hour and a half while she was covered in feces. So they would have been covered in it too.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, they're all willing to get, like, dirty. Like, this is...
I'll give McMahon $1,000 if at the end of this he's went, now scat.
But it boop bop bow.
You win. That was good. Scatman knows.
Yeah. Well, hey, that's the guy in The Shining, the black guy in The Shining, the
Scatman Brothers. Yeah.
Yeah. He really had that name. This is, like I said, this is some of the shit here that doesn't make sense. Like, there's no way I could see Vince McMahon like, yes, just rub my shit all over my chest. Yes.
I can kind of see that though. Come on, you can kind of see that, Sean. Don't say you can't imagine that.
He's standing there while his buddy Frank is watching. Yes, Frank, look at my shit covered chest, Frank. Doesn't it look great? Isn't she a good little bitch, Frank? I can't imagine this. I can't. This is hard. Okay, so following the threesome, he sent an explicit text message.
The texts begin.
I love it. That's you, Janel. You just can't get enough, can you? And the future is gonna be so bad, you'll demand to be fucked twice a day, and not just in a three-way. Why not let the other see the beautiful, voluptuous body and watch you shake uncontrollably when you come? Apparently she liked it. They'll go out of their minds. Then I'll find some more friends. Yes. And we'll tie you up so you're helpless. I'll direct them to have their way any way they want. Who can make you scream the loudest? Maybe I'll just line them up and have them squirt in your mouth. Your pussy and all of your tits and ass at the same time. Ah! Oh my god, this is really from Vince McMahon. This is awesome. God, never meet your heroes. Never meet your heroes. You'll be covered in cum.
Now I'm going to go my entire life with a cutout of this in my wallet so I can ask him to sign it if I ever meet him.
Yes, I just want to record him. Like, can you just say this, please? Can you say this in when you're say this in your TV voice?
Let me see if he's on Cameo.
Oh my god! Oh my god! You'll be covered in cum, and we'll make you eat it all and taste everybody's cum. The next morning you'll be a little sore, but you're still gonna want more. And after all that fucking and over, I can't believe Vince does the "you're" thing. Come on, you're 80 years old, bro.
He's fellow youths.
Yeah. But see, I want the rest of this. He pressured her into several additional threesomes in large part because she felt she had no other choice. Okay. Her subsequent run-ins with physical therapists at the alternative clinic also served as a reminder of how much stake she didn't obey. Okay, text messages. Okay, yeah. There was no room for a third body. There's no room for a third body. Okay. After the threesomes begin, he had more sadistic, and his fantasies such as focused on control, choking, sensory deprivation, meaning blindfolds, pain, humiliation, and group scenarios in which Miss Grant was being physically overwhelmed and subservient.
For example.
Okay. Oh my god. Oh, hold on. I gotta.
This is a bad one. Now this is bad. I could not get through the next one. I couldn't read the entire thing.
You couldn't read it?
I disgusted myself reading.
Oh, honey. Oh, honey, I got you. I got you, baby. Potentially Skip says sexy Sean feed pics only $5. Yes. But Jeff, just so you know, Jeff.
Yeah.
Close your eyes. Give me your hand, darling. Jeff, give me your hand. Give me your hand. I'll help you here. I'll get you through this. That's it, baby. That's it. Oh, yeah. All right. I got you. Oh. I can hear 2.0 laughing. Well, have you ever seen, you've seen Die Hard 2, right?
Yeah.
You know how they're crashing spoiler alert, they crash an airplane. You know how like the colonel's like, we've got you. And they're like, ah! He's like, we've got you. And they're just like, you can hear him dying on the radio. He's like, we've got you. I've got you, Jeff, because you're going to be dying. You're okay.
There we go. This is good.
I can just
second worst.
Okay, so is the Vince voice still good, or should I stop?
Oh yeah, no, you got to do the voice.
Okay. Oh, all right. Read your last picture. Yeah, he says re.
I know, that's what I said to him. Like, he actually, that's how you know it's real. He's like, re.
Yes.
Oh.
You need your panties ripped off and 3 big black dicks in all 3 holes at the same time. Way up your pussy and way up your ass, as far as they will go, but even farther. Farther! And the thickest cock goes down your throat, so it makes you gag and convulse as those big black cocks pound away. It feels like from the start you're being assaulted, but it just made you come nonstop. Just one constant, continuous orgasm. And just before you pass out, those big black dicks, I'm holding it like I'm in Raw now, we're speaking, and those big black dicks squirt their loads of cum inside you. As you lay on your stomach, the cum is coming out of all your holes. All turn over and jack up all over you.
Nice delivery. That was good.
Yes. Oh. Yes. Oh, God, the chairman's going out of control tonight. Oh, my God, my voice can't do it. Damn it.
Good God, stop the camera. Turn off the interview.
Stop the cameras. The cameras.
This is disgusting. We can't have this here.
Yes. Oh. Oh, my God, Jeff, I'm glad you're here. This makes it so much more fun.
Yeah. I had nobody to help me through the next text message we have to read.
Okay.
I had to pull the ripcord.
Bucket says blacked. Okay. Well. Me reading the McMahon text is the new unbreaded, but not doomed. And Job Done says,
shitting all over.
and Job Done says, ladies and gentlemen, please make sure your ball is attached and in an upright position. This is your captain. Thank you.
Oh no.
Oh, I can't do a Meredith Burgess voice from Rocky. I can't. It doesn't work. Oh. Yeah, Eric goes, "What God King? He's shitting all over." Oh. Ellen for $2 says, "Notice how she never includes her text responses." Yep. This is a shakedown. This is a shakedown, as we would call it in the industry. So. Oh, Chaucer in front says, "Tell Jeff you love him. We'll make it." Jeff, I love you. We'll make this. We'll make it through this.
I'll make it. Yeah, we'll be good.
I got you.
I'll get through it together with you.
He instructed her, do not knock on the door, because if I see you, I will rape you in the hallway. Sounds like a challenge to me. She's gonna have to like rappel out the building.
The Connecticut Gladiator.
That's my fucking self. It's like Ninja Warrior Greenwich, Connecticut. Wait, they're in Stamford. It's Connecticut. It's all small. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's just Connecticut.
Yeah. Okay. So, to leave no doubt regarding the dynamic of the relationship, McMahon texted Grant, I'm the only one who owns you and controls you. Who I want to fuck you. Okay, theme reiterated. Grant sent her text noting her 1 year anniversary joining the WWE. Oh, what's her 1 year anniversary present?
Nothing. It's ignoring.
Is this the one?
Ignored.
Is this the one?
No.
Okay, hold on.
Oh no, it comes later.
He reminded about the far-reaching insults of the text. By now, thousands of men see you every day. You. All over the world. They all want to fuck you. Oh, we got to highlight that in case people were wondering where we were talking about. They can't read. He shared with the TV crews, referred to as the fan club. That's pretty good. I like that. Indeed, McMahon exuberantly messaged her a truthful story of having just shared explicit content with a group of her 12 men on the WWE tech crew. Okay. So is this the one you said you couldn't do?
Yes. I couldn't get through this whole thing. I just couldn't do it alone.
Okay. All right. Oh God. I'm probably not gonna have a voice tomorrow, so I don't know if I'm streaming. May do a
brace yourselves, people. Coming in hot.
Okay. If they were, can you do the guys talking and I'll be Vince?
Okay.
I just passed my phone around to a bunch of the guys on the tech crew. They were screaming.
Oh my God. Oh, she's fucking beautiful. Look at that ass. I'd like to get that.
I paused to count out loud how many guys were there. 12. And then I said, okay, there's 12 of you, and she would love to fuck each and every one of you at one time. The guys cheered. I like how he's written it like it's a script. The guys cheered. He's been locked in showbiz for too long. But she will only do it if she takes 3 at this time. That brought a huge reaction. It's like, Jesus Christ. He really is writing this like he's read too many scripts. Jeff Hall really did rub off on him, I guess, after all.
Yeah.
She wants one deep in her ass. No, she wants one deep in her ass and one all the way down her throat and one in her pussy. And you can pound her and keep on pounding her till you pop your load. She may scream and try to say no, although it would be difficult to say anything with a cock down her throat.
That's as far as I can make it on my own.
Then I said, listen. No. Okay, then I said, listen, no matter what, just pound away until you squirt. Baby, these guys were having a blast with me. Some of them didn't believe me, so I said, you were the greatest fuck in the world. And no matter how much you get, you always wanted more. And then I said, she loves cum. Baby, these techs were having the time of their lives listening to my truthful story. And then I said you would take a 10-minute break between each fucking, but then you would get back on your hands and knees with your ass in the air and say, okay, I'm ready. Who's next? LOL. LOL. I drove them wild, baby. Or should I say you drove them wild? Just imagine this really happened, baby. How much cum you would have coming out of all your holes. Oh.
It's like the worst text message that's ever been sent in the history of text messages.
And scene. From Vince. See, I'm surprised he didn't make her put like the chairman as his like contact info. I mean, like, if you're gonna go all the way on this,
Oh, Christ.
Oh.
It's seriously the worst text that's ever been written. The truthful story.
To treat someone like with serious porn addiction, a little bit, yeah. It's like Shakespeare's damaged brother.
And then I told them, "Dear Penthouse, you'll never believe what happened to me in the WWE headquarters."
Yes, a 10-minute break. OSHA's going to get involved. Yes, knock on the door. Mr. McMahon, I'm sorry. You can only ask fucker once every 30 minutes under federal regulations. That's in CFR 27 CFR 493.11, sir. I'm going to have to write you a fine for that. You're also not wearing a hard hat, sir.
Union requires you provide them lunch.
Yes. Bring out the girls. Oh my God. Edward Scott says, yes, Vince is very much a cuck. Yeah, I think that part kind of goes without saying.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Hey, you know, it's he's the richest cuck in the world.
No, see, that's the thing. If you're gonna do that, if they're both into this shit, if you're both into shitting on each other and gang banging, and if you're both into that, fine. Fly your freak flag, fly your kink flag. Yes. No lawsuits. No lawsuits. If this is all true, Vince McMahon is the worst human being that's ever lived. If none of it's true, she's the worst human being that's ever lived.
And if it's in the middle, they're
both the worst.
They got fucking issues.
Yeah.
Let's go. Brandon for 199 says Jeff wants to come.
Who says I haven't already?
Yeah.
You mean again?
Yes.
Again. Let's go.
President-elect Phil Swift for $2. Thanks, Phil. Is saying 5 nights advances any percentage no rape speed run. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, hold on here. Who somebody said they were smoking. I wanted to find that. Yes, Charles S says I'm smoking. Chester in front says he watches too much hentai. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Did I bring Jeff on to endorse Cleveland Steamers? Or Alabama Hot Pockets? I don't know. Oh, you almost said you were like, Hot Pockets. Can you get those in Korea or no? Do they have those?
Not a thing, but I guess, you know.
Okay.
My favorite thing was always like in the bars, that song Superman That Hoe. My favorite was like, you'd always get like all the little bar girls like Superman That Hoe. And I'm like, that doesn't mean what you think it means, babe. Watch the cute little bartender.
I'll show you what it means. Yeah.
Superman That Hoe. No. Don't do that.
Well, that's like, I want to hear like, you know, when they have the Kids Bop songs, I want to hear him do like a Kids Bop tribute to Limp Bizkit or like things like that. That'd be hilarious. I'd listen to do that to crank that.
I can barely listen to the old Spider-Man without going down some horrible degenerate.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, yeah.
So he did apologies to non-accountable pushback and blaming impulse control. Examples, please, because that doesn't really help me. When encounters were particularly brutal, she learned to bookend the truth of her injuries with compliments to create the least amount of pushback from McMahon. Or he was giving her compliment sandwiches. You know, you took it like a champ, but you threw up all over the recliner. But, God, you took it like a champ. She sustained brutal and painful injuries, including, bleeding, bruising, swelling, and spans of incontinence.
Fuck the shit out of it.
Yeah. Literally. His forceful use of fisting, his fists, adult toys, and objects unsafe for vaginal insertion or penetration. Like what?
That's the old meme, isn't it? Anything's a dildo if you're brave enough.
Well, only one party has to be brave enough.
Yeah.
For instance. So she was injured.
Example.
Yeah, she got injured during their last encounter because she got a vibrating wand shoved in her and caused her to panic. He ignored it, wasn't meant there. and shoved it so deep that it became stuck for a period. She texted she was in pain and bleeding a lot, and if I'm on the floor right now because I can't get comfortable. She said she was still uncomfortable, and I'm hurt. McMahon did apologize. He's like, sometimes I just get carried away. Okay, so he recruits Laurinaitis into his exploitation of Miss Grant, transfers her into his department. At the place, okay. She became so sick from the stress, her weight plummeted to just over 100 pounds. Oh, God, is that what I need to lose some weight? I mean, I guess.
All protein. She was on an all protein diet.
Yeah, just having a traumatized asshole to lose the weight. I mean, that's the new diet, not the South Beach diet. It's the sodomy diet. Although, wait, there's some grid. There's a whole grid of those kind of diets. High five, Jeff.
One distressing event. I like how they give examples. One distressing event.
Yes. Okay, so it drove her to fulfill having a sexual encounter with her in his office. But remember, everybody got fired, so I assume it's like a vacant building at this point. It's like Mr. Burns' office. There's like no one around. So it's like to change his mind and drive her back home. Okay. So it sounds like he cared that she was having a panic attack. He scoffed and then gave her an ultimatum. Either have a sexual encounter in his office or inside the parked car. Okay. Terrified, and they entered the headquarters for the encounter. Okay. Further, despite a statement she didn't consent with threesomes with McMahon, a therapist, he advised her to others and told her that he had found another person to join them, John Laurinaitis. Okay, so he made her take explicit photos and sent them there. He orchestrated exchanges by instructing Grant when to create the content, provided her with notes to adjust her performance. McMahon facilitates, it's like the lighting too. No, this angle. Lean over more. Or it's like a Bad Lieutenant. Have you seen Bad Lieutenant with Harvey Keitel?
Not for a million years. Wow.
But he pulls up to those. He pulls up to those two girls in the car. He's like, "Show me how you suck a cock," and he's just sitting there like masturbating in front of these two like high school girls, and they're pretending to suck dicks.
I need to see that movie again. Apparently.
Oh, okay.
I have no memory of that whatsoever.
Oh, it's fucking hilarious. He just starts whacking it. He pulls him over. It's a really good movie, by the way, if you haven't seen it, guys. He then facilitated the change of explicit content back and forth between Grant and Lorna. I wonder how long we've been on for. We might be able to get away with showing it. 2 hours, can we?
You're in 2 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we. Do you think we're okay? Here, hold on.
Yeah, don't ask me. Don't ask me to be anybody's conscience ever, because the answer is always going to be go for it.
No, I'm not asking you to be conscious. I'm just
maybe. Are you worried about monetization at this point, or just worrying about being shut down?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Yeah, monetization went a long time ago.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So this is a movie, Harvey Keitel. It's called Bad Lieutenant, and he's like a cop with like really bad fucking issues. And we'll pick up there in a second, guys. Here we go. All right, so here we go. Let's bring this up. All right.
Show me how you suck a guy's cock. I'm fucking serious. Show me how you suck a guy's cock. The last time I'm going to ask you. I'm taking.
So these are underage kids. They're out past curfew. They don't have a driver's license. So he's threatening them to do this, or he's going to take them in and tell their parents.
It's because this actress is clearly 16 years old.
Yeah, well, but I forget the whole part. But yeah, this is just Here we go.
Show me how you suck a guy's cock. Show me with your mouth. Show me with your mouth. Come on, spit the gum out. Give me the gum. Give me the fucking gum. Show me how you suck a guy's cock. Come on, show me. Show me. Show me. Open your mouth. Open your mouth and show me. Show me. Open your mouth. Open your mouth. That's it. Show me. Like that. Like that. Come on, you little fuck. Come on, you little fuck. Show me. That's it. You close your eyes, take that fucking dick in your mouth. Come on, that's it. You suck it. You suck it up. You suck it the fuck up. You suck it up. You like sucking cock? Come on, baby.
And you know this is exactly what man sounded like.
Show it to me. Yeah, that's it. That's
it. So that's it. That's him doing it. That's what happened there. If you guys haven't seen it, so there's more to it, but I know we'll get stopped, so we have to stop.
Unlike Vince, who just kept going.
Yeah,
no means yes.
Yes. Oh, this is just amazing. So, not notably, even once phone numbers were exchanged between Grant and Laurinaitis. Okay, that's the notable part, not the like repeated sexual pictures. Like, but now there's like a phone number exchange. That's of note.
And all of these pictures and all of these texts are going on company phones.
Yes.
Think about that for a minute.
Wait, no. Oh no, Linda's not going to be happy. Unless Linda likes to watch. I don't know. He's privy to any messages she sends. Okay. Report back about all interactions. Okay. Threesome was really, yes, they had to schedule a threesome, a dinner party at McMahon's condo. Okay. McMahon instructed her to tell Laurinaitis that she was a neighbor and girlfriend working in the legal field, but not at WWE. But doesn't he? What? But how does he know about all the... This is not making a whole lot of fucking sense here. Whatever. Okay. Miss Grant asked him if she was the first woman whom McMahon had introduced him into such a setting. Laurinaitis failed to respond, and Shada looked directly at McMahon and quickly intervened by kissing Miss Grant, initiating the sexual encounter amongst the three of them. It's like, no talk, just sex.
Yeah.
No questions.
What am I supposed to say? She's on to us. What am I supposed to say? Just fucking kiss her. Okay.
Okay, I guess it's time for sex. Once again, she asked for protection. Once again, her request is denied after assurance that Laurinaitis was clean. Okay. In the following days, McMahon texted her that Laurinaitis hugged me like a bear. Oh God, that's not what you want to say when a guy you've been in a threesome with. It's a thank you to me about 12 times already. Yes. Wait, no, not that. In contrast, Laurinaitis messaged her, thanks for the fun afternoon. Okay, well. Oh, we got more text. Oh my God, perfect. Okay, God, this is good. All right, on or about January 25th.
Shall I take her part?
Yes.
Can I be the little girl?
Yes, yes. Miss Grant was reassigned to directly support WWE's new hire, a high-ranking employee in the legal department. Well, she's the only person in the legal department still, so. McMahon sent Grant to establish a schedule for when other men, including therapists, could have sex with her. Miss Grant attempted to rebuff. So she's got to like have a scheduling app. So like, when can we pencil people in?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Exactly, baby. He's not the only one. Called me this afternoon, begging to eat you and fuck you with his nice and hard dick, as opposed to a not hard dick. Okay.
Give me another week, baby, and I'll be ready. I'm feeling more like myself. My grapes and getting better. Tell him soon.
I already told him, baby. By the way, Johnny wants Tuesdays, but not this coming one, and the occasional Saturday, but maybe I could shift it to Tuesday nights. Johnny would like all of the above. I like this fucking scheduling requirement. It's like an LSAC problem. Johnny wants to fuck the whore on every Tuesday night and all day Saturday. I can't hear you.
What?
Okay, I can hear you now. It was breaking up.
I'm back. Oh,
I sound like Alex Jones now. Well, sorry, it works too. Well, the globalists want to fuck you. Take more Alpha Brain, you'll be all right, baby. So text like this, it's a shift schedule, but it reads like an LSAT problem. Like, Johnny wants every Tuesday night and Saturdays. Sally wants every Friday that doesn't occur under a Lunar New Year.
So what time did they eat lunch?
Yeah, what time did they eat lunch in Kuala Lumpur? It caused her to suffer breakdowns. Well, yeah, scheduling in a lot of dudes to plow you out is probably rough. You know, with no way out. The second threesome happened a couple months later. Wow. Okay, it's still not a retirement for corporate number 4's termination in 2020. McMahon informed Grant that still an entry-level coordinator, the top executives in the company, no, but the relationship and her presence in the legal department was effectively delaying the company's efforts to hire a new replacement for this high-ranking official, reinforcing the fact that the many within the company were well the circumstances. Okay. So she's screwing it up. I wonder if that means number 4 is their chief legal counsel. Don't know. It's not clear. This is not. Yeah. As a result, she changed departments and was transferred to talent relations. Well, Laurinaitis, but Triple H was involved in that too. Wouldn't he have been at that point? Okay. Grant sent me a text recapping their conversation, expressing the shock, a range of concerns, desire to be treated humanely, taken seriously, which she acknowledged could be an uphill battle. So it's not like she's saying, oh my God, you guys are treating me horribly. It's like, okay, look, guys, I get this might be a little bit difficult, but I am a woman, yes, in 2021. And, like this is not sounding like somebody who's like having problems. To me, I understand, there's people like, oh, you don't understand trafficking. It's like, she's talking about being an uphill battle, not like brutal enslavement.
Unless it was like Iwo Jima or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a big uphill battle. Yeah, or like the Chosin Reservoir. That was an uphill battle too. Unfortunately, Grant's transfer came with the expectation that she engaged with Laurinaitis sexually, both physically and with explicit content. Okay, well, yeah, that's. I mean, no shit. I think Ray Charles saw that coming. Jeff, you're really quiet.
Am I?
You were for a second, yeah.
I wasn't talking. I was just shaking my head.
Oh, okay. A Wonderful Galaxy.
SMH.
Do you think Trump scheduled an appointment with her? No. No, because he would already been president at this point. So I don't think so. Oh, apparently T-Chatter, hi T-Chatter, is saying Laurinaitis' wife had a brain tumor at this time. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, this is a super chat, but I'll do this one. To quote the chairman, we may have banned the pile driver in the ring, but not in my office.
Fantasizes about driving the piles.
Oh God.
Ew.
Yeah. So.
Or bad.
Kaz just says lol. It's like, yes, I know. We'll build that outer heaven still, Kaz, I promise. An outer heaven full of black dildos. Unfortunately, it came with they informed her that she would be moved to talent relations and would begin reporting to Laurinaitis. Although details about her role, including a title and salary, were still being firmed up. Okay, no different than before. She again found herself in an undefined role, except for the understanding she remained a sexual slave to be used and trafficked by McMahon within the WWE. Okay. He reminded her of the connection between her job as a role and a sexual object. Let's work hard and play hard too. She was directed to pick a key up at his hotel room and serve herself to him as breakfast before the start of work. Okay. She was constantly reinforced the expectation she perform for him and her new boss, both in and out of the office. Okay. Why isn't this one a text we can see? That's why I'm like yeah. Do you promise to make me proud, baby? I will show you. Will you show him what a porn star you can be? There's no question mark there, Vince. You should have put a question mark there. Will you show off for me like never before? On days when he's in town, I want him to fuck you every morning and later in the office too. I almost read that as I want to fuck him. I was like, wait.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, no. Okay. Also, somebody mentioned to me last night. I guess there was like an allegation of at some point he wanted like a Shane and Stephanie like incest story arc.
Oh yeah, that was a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and then when they were like, no, we're not going to do that. He's like, well, could it be me and Stephanie?
Yep, that's the thing.
Really, that did happen? That was a proposed?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
You see, I thought I'd heard the same thing too. Someone was saying it was like on Eric Bischoff's podcast. Someone was talking
really?
about
Oh, I'm gonna have to listen to this. I gotta somebody put the find that podcast. I want to listen to that. Oh, okay. He also indicated that Miss Grant should obey if Laurinaitis wanted to bring in yet more men. Okay.
Go for it.
That's great. Oh God. I guess I had an unknown talent to act. Oh, all right, here we go. I'm sure she's done that a lot too. Maybe he wants 2 other guys to join you with him. Holy shit. You've told him you would do anything with him, so if he surprised you with 2 others, you would have no alternative than to take them on. OMG. No. OMG.
Oh.
The stories you could tell me then. It makes me want to come right now. Oh my God, Vince, you're such a cock. Holy shit. Oh God, seriously, don't meet your heroes, kids. Don't meet your heroes. This breaks my heart. This breaks my heart right here. By the way, I just thought of what I think is an excellent idea. Maybe you could hint that if he knows someone who could be discreet, it might be better if you and Johnny try him out first, so he can get more comfortable before he's introduced to me.
The cuckiest thing that's ever been cucked.
Yeah, that also sounds like there's there's pre-screening for other things that she's not privy to. Just saying. That's a little creepy that way. I'm not saying Vince McMahon's sucking dick, but I mean, that kind of sounds like he might be sucking dick. Actually, that makes total sense, doesn't it? Yes, Vince, that makes... Yes, it's billionaire logic. In April 2021, the VP of Human Resources was fired. Okay.
Wonder why? What's wrong with the HR department at WWE? No problems here.
That same month, she would be given the title of Vice President of Operations within the Talent Relations Department. Okay.
Yes, she's talented. She's a talented young lady.
However, days later, backtracked, said she'd be Director of Operations instead. To avoid suspicion and sudden promotion to Vice President. Yeah. Okay, yes, nobody knows. Nobody knows. Oh, are people hitting me up? I just got a message in Discord. What? You're being arrested, huh? Okay. I'm getting a lawsuit coming. You called them a whore. It's like, well,
don't be a whore.
Yes. Charles S.S. Strick should be here for this.
Oh, I had Branca in my stream. That was plenty.
Oh, you had Branca there? Oh. How did that one go?
You know exactly how it went.
I'm going to have to go watch just for the chat.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Oh my God. I appreciate you being here, man. This is...
I know, it's more fun with somebody else.
Yes.
Well, I mean, Branco was in chat. He wasn't on the stream with me.
No, I know, but I get what you're saying here. Okay, guys. Yeah,
otherwise I'd still be doing it.
Hold on, I gotta look through Discord for some mods or some memes here. Okay, hold on here. Okay, we'll open this in the browser.
Can't believe I've been talking about this shit for 5.5 hours.
Oh, Jeff, you're gonna love this one. Are you ready? Are you ready?
No, but
chat. Here we go. Here we go, chat. You ready for Brock and Booker, baby? Oh my God.
You might be getting sued now.
Oh.
Wow, that's good. That's good.
Yes. Hold on. Who do I gotta give credit to on this one? Zero fucks. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God.
No.
Welcome. Okay.
Oh God.
He expressed to other WWE management he wanted her to reach a level of vice president and spend a year or two in the position so she'd be able to take the experience anywhere. Oh, I'm sure she was taking the experience anywhere. She left this conversation hoping she could escape this with her finances and reputation intact.
I love this sentence. I love this next sentence.
She just needed to survive until that point.
So in other words, she just said, I've just got to put up with this for another 2 years. This is also horrible for me, but just 2 more years.
I survive my reputation and finances intact. Okay, now the whole world knows that people were taking shits on you and you were just getting like reamed out. Like, yes. I
just have to do it for 2 more years and then I can I'll
can
tough
quit.
it out.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord, I love that. See, that sentence might come back to bite her in the end.
Well, and yeah, because that's the thing. Like, I will say this much: there's never like, for like a lot of trafficking victims, there's not a like, oh, I'm gonna just like hang tight till it gets better. Like, there's I'm stuck here and I can't get out.
Yeah,
like this is my life. So that's why I'm like, that's why when she says she's a victim, it's like some of this is like what a victim would say. Some of it's just like Amber Heard. Some of it's not like what, like I've been around victims. That's not what they sound like.
Well, it's like the text she sent to the Laurinaitis guy.
I need time.
Where Vince said, "Well, you told him you'd do anything." So, so that means she's told him she would do anything. That doesn't sound very victim-y.
Yeah. So she got a paperwork detailing a base salary of $200K. I mean, Jeff, what would you be willing to do to get $200K a year and hang out in the WWE crew?
Not as much as she did, but
some. So there is some negotiation room there.
Hey, that's one thing we all learned from that one Demi Moore film. Everybody's got a prize.
Yeah. And Charles S. says, yes, her reputation as a 38-year-old woman who never had a job. Yes. The Survivor Series. Oh, that's a callback. Yeah, Eric says 2 more years of shoveling shit out of my hair. Oh. Yes, and she has such great business acumen. We're gonna drug test the XFL guys. So
that's why it's her fault the XFL's not here anymore.
Yes, Old Line Red says trafficking victims who are 38 and spend their entire lives living off others for a high salary do not exist. Well, yeah, like I said, and you can press X. I mean, I don't know how big an X you want. I mean, you want an X like that big? Like, you want an X like this big? I don't know how big you want it is to doubt it, but yeah, you can press X to doubt. On numerous occasions, okay, we already did this. She had to go and serve herself as breakfast. Okay. These devastating experiences made her as though she were being pimped out. I mean, well, she kind of was, yeah.
As though.
Yeah. Like.
Quite possibly.
Yes, you were being pimped. Yes. Upon information and belief, corporate funds from WWE were used to finance the hotel stays when these encounters occurred. Well, yeah, because he was here on business. Per McMahon's instructions, she reported back and they were for arousal. Yeah, God, yes. Jesus. Vince, come on, man. Oh. Tell me more. Okay, however, in years of experience with McMahon, she knew the crest would stop, but be ignored at best or use to destroy her career and reputation at worst. Okay. She can go back to doing community service, I guess.
What we're calling it now? Is that a euphemism?
Well, no, what she was doing before.
I know.
Yeah. Professionally, personally, her fate was entirely in the hands of McMahon, Laurinaitis, and the other executives who enabled her abuse. Well, when you start going to the guy's house and he's in his underwear, yeah, you kind of like, yes, when you start walking through a minefield, you're at the mercy of the landmines. Yes, imagine that. Yes, I pulled the pin on this grenade, and now it controls me. It's like, no shit. McMahon messaged Grant a reminder that a mistake could destroy her career, and that she should pursue verbal communication rather than written where possible. Apparently, yes, he wrote her to say always in, never in writing, always in cash. Like, but you can't say that in writing because then that gives away the plot.
Please stop writing this shit we're doing down.
Well, we've got something for that. We got something for that.
Nigga, is you taking notes on a criminal fucking conspiracy? What the fuck is you thinking, man?
You know, to quote the great warrior poet of Baltimore, Stringer Bell. All right. So yes, but you never say that. Like, okay. Oh, we got more, Jeff. Ready?
Oh yeah, I am. I've been waiting for this.
Okay. These compliments will keep on coming, baby. Just wait and see. I totally understand and agree. Being scared of communication and photos. Johnny gets drunk and sloppy. It can easily make a mistake that could cost him his job and yours too. Verbal communication's the way to go. That's it. Have you and Johnny talked about breakfast tomorrow?
We haven't discussed it at all. It's up in the air. Johnny complained about getting a new phone yesterday, and it just arrived. I haven't set up time to coordinate setting it up with IT because I need him to assure me that he's erased everything that's ever said. Truly, I regret that he ever got pics. It's not worth the stressing I'm feeling. I'm done with it.
Panic that someone else's mistake could cost her livelihood. What's her livelihood? She does no-show jobs.
For $200K a year.
Yeah, like she's literally doing nothing. Her livelihood at this point is getting hollowed out. Which I'm not like that. That is what it is. What would happen if McMahon's mood shifted, leading her to message him expressions of loyalty, love, and submission as a coping mechanism with the hope he would protect her? Okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
She told McMahon she did not want to engage in encounters with Laurinaitis. I've left the hotel feeling bad about myself every time. Well, what about every other time you did something? McMahon responded that one-on-one encounters would cease, but they expected threesomes to continue. Yeah, notice she's only saying, like, here, this is the only time I feel bad. What about the other times? Miss Grant, did you like those other times? You gotta ask her that question in a deposition. Do you like getting, like, did you like that idea of the 12 guys making you choke? Oh my god, that'd be fucking... Oh, I mean, like, I'm laughing about it. That feels so fucking dirty to be that. But that's the reason why I don't make $400,000 a year as an attorney. McMahon and Laurinaitis can find Grant in office for an abusive assault. Okay. The following morning at approximately 7:51 a.m. Okay. Miss Grant messaged McMahon that due to her work on an important project, like what? She have to go make copies. She did not want a threesome that week, as a threesome won't set me up for success. It'll knock me out. Jeez, these guys are like... I don't know, how old's Laurinaitis? Or how old was he?
He's like he's in his 60s now.
So these two boomers are like, they are sexual tyrannosaurs. Like it's like Jesse Ventura and Predator. He's like the sexual tyrannosaurs. These guys are like, she's like, it'll knock me out for the week. Vince may be a cuck, but apparently he can sling dick. I mean,
can we just do it the next week? I'm tapped out today.
Yeah.
It won't set me up for success. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Baba says rawr. Yes. And Meat Kitty says they were taking their tea supplements. Yeah, they are, but holy Jesus. Like, if she's like, these two old guys are going to wear me out, and she's half their age. I mean, Vince, you may be a cuck, but dude, that's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. I mean, you can't not sit there and say, wow. I mean, if you're not going to sit there and say, wow, you're a damn liar. I mean, they're living where men dare to dream. If I'm 76, I would have like a tenth of that, and life would be good. They ignored her plea and brought her into the office forcibly. Okay, hold on. We got to get into the dirty voice now. Dirty book voice. McMahon and Laurinaitis ignored her plea and brought her into Laurinaitis' office, forcibly touching and undressing her before forcing her to engage in a threesome on a conference table. Miss Grant pleaded, no, and please stop. McMahon responded with, no means yes. Miss Grant again told them to stop. Instead, McMahon licked his fingers and penetrated Miss Grant and said, take it, bitch. Which each taking turns restraining her for the other. Laurinaitis then joined by forcibly shoving his tongue and then penis into Miss Grant's mouth. There's still a future for me yet if this law thing doesn't work out, or the YouTube thing. So, wait, is this the same day? Oh no, it's okay. So it's like 8 days later. Okay, I mean that was kind of hot reading all that. June 23rd, around 11:42. Be funny if he's his secretary. He can just buzz her. It's like, Janel, it's time. It's like Smithers. He's got a buzzer.
The panic button. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God. So McMahon directed her in the middle of a workday to meet him on a lower floor. Okay. When Miss Grant arrived, McMahon led her inside his private locker room, locked the door, and forced himself on her over a massage table. Later that day, $15,000 in gift cards to Bloomingdale's were purchased at his direction and delivered by his personal assistant to her office.
Not a hoe. Nothing there indicates anything.
Did she use those cards? Is the next question. What did she buy? On multiple other occasions, she worked under Laurinaitis, including after his promise that one-on-one encounters would end, and even after his wife moved across the country to join Laurinaitis. Wait. Laurinaitis' wife moved across country to join him. Okay. So wait, Linda didn't go. Linda didn't leave Vince. He would call Miss Grant to his office, lock the door, unzip his pants, and instruct her to perform oral sex. Okay, well, if we're talking about all the other stuff that's happened, that's actually pretty mundane. Like, all right, here. All right, she began to notice the less she sexually engaged with Laurinaitis, the less work she had. Okay, well, Laurinaitis began to belittle her in front of colleagues. Okay. Fearing for herself and her future, she asked Laurinaitis whether he still supported her. Promotion to vice president. Oh my God. Oh my God. She's like, no, you're not hoeing this up to get a job.
Not at all.
What the? Oh my, like seriously though, dude. Like the attorneys wrote this and they're probably sitting there like, we got Vince now.
Exactly.
That's not a good point. This doesn't like. What the? This is. Oh my God. Oh my God. She's the VP of DP. Oh yes. The GM says yes. Linda and Vince are now separated. Yes, she lives in Florida, but I don't think at this point they were separated yet.
No, that comes later. That comes later in the complaint.
Oh, it's in the complaint still. Okay, yeah, but like, seriously though, like she's worried about her promotion. He deflected any answer. The extreme fear and uncertainty, or it sounds like she's really fucking mad that she did all that and she's not getting what was promised to her. The physical symptoms of illness, including gastrointestinal issues and vomiting. Okay, I bet. Okay.
On that note, I've got an appointment in about an hour. I need to take off
Jeff.
and get ready for.
All right, I'll see you. Thanks for being here.
Good luck with the rest of it,
guys. Hold on, we're gonna. Jeff at Legal Vices, guys. He's what are you doing? Are you doing anything tomorrow or Sunday?
Yes, we're doing an Unexplained with Danny on Direct and Flux, where we're gonna be interviewing a woman who is suffering from a generational Masonic curse and paranormal activities.
Oh, wow, if you made the Maces that mad, she must have done something impressive.
We'll find out tomorrow.
All right. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for being here, man. I'm glad you had a fun time.
Oh,
yeah, apparently, do you have an appointment with Vince?
Not this week. Maybe next week. Yeah.
With the physical trainer?
Yeah.
All right, Jeff. I'll
Take care, Sean. Thanks.
I'll see
Thanks
ya.
for the invite. Bye.
Yep. Bye. Thanks, guys. And Jeff, great. If you guys have not subscribed to Legal Vices, you definitely should. Let's go. Brandon says she's playing 12D chess, doesn't even care about which side of the board she takes on. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's keep going here. I almost boomered that. Let's keep going. Okay, we're getting to Brock Lesnar. Okay. So WWE Superstar is a famous worldwide as a top talent in WWE. The large collective fan base helps to generate viewership, drives in attendance, which enrich McMahon and WWE. Okay. Upon information and belief from their client, McMahon began to recruit Superstar for an encounter with Grant while she was still the coordinator in the talent department. By July 2021, she was told WWE Superstar would be their next playmate. As in other instances, McMahon described his fantasy of seeing Miss Grant engaged in unmerciful sexual acts with Superstar, during which he would rip her open. I bet Brock Lesnar would split her open like a log. Like, it looked like log splitting. He's a big dude. He's a big son of a bitch. McMahon also confided to Grant he wanted to have WWE Superstar under a new contract. Okay, hold on, wait. You guys might not know who Brock Lesnar is, so some of you out there might not. And Brock Lesnar is... Where's a good picture of him? Okay, here's a good picture of him. All right, here's a good picture of Brock Lesnar. He's a big guy. He's a big dude. So, if you weren't sure who he is, that's who he is. Okay. He also confided he wanted to have the Superstar under a new contract, and he indicated an interest to return to other professional endeavors, like the UFC. In 2021, she was directed to create personalized content for the Superstar. So she was like an OnlyFans contractor in-house. McMahon shared the photos, and then he said he likes what he sees. He flew or caused Superstar to fly in a jet into the local airport and travel into Connecticut across state lines, which that is actually an element of human trafficking. Across state lines for what it was a business dinner. Oh, I'm sure there was some dinner. It was as well as a sexual encounter with Grant in McMahon's condo. Okay, his continued involvement during the business dinner. The Superstar made a brief visit to her building. Okay. However, he did not return to the building for a sexual encounter because he was too intoxicated to take it back to the plane. All right. Later that evening, McMahon talked about the dinner with the Superstar to Grant. He sought to salvage the night when requested they role play a sexual encounter if McMahon were the Superstar. McMahon was so physically rough with this encounter that Grant begged McMahon to stop numerous times, including round cries of "Help, I'm serious, and I'm scared," as he, among other things, penetrated, fisted her, pulled her hair, pinned her, shoved her, and open palm slapped her. She claims that she was in a fetal position with her arms protecting her face. McMahon alternated between the slaps and shoves before admitting, "I'm really fucking you up with right and left tonight, huh? The McMahon bitch slap." McMahon forbade Grant from leaving his condo that night unless she could verbally assure him there wasn't a problem and everything between them was okay. Notably, however, he made no effort to check on her well-being after she left. Okay, well, WWE held its second biggest annual event, SummerSlam, which is a big event, in Las Vegas. Around this time, McMahon and Superstar privately reached an informal agreement about his return. Okay. That night, he texted a reminder she was an enslaved object to him. I want to drive you lower and lower so that you might beg me to sell you. Jesus Christ, if he really says this shit. God, my voice is going. He continued to advertise an encounter with Grant to the superstar during a formal negotiation of booking contract. Holy shit, he really... Okay. Okay, so here's what Brock said after I told him that part of the deal was fucking you. LOL, that's your turf. She'll be ruined after me and leave your ass. Plus, after me, your tool won't fit anymore. Oh. So she gave her personal cell phone number out, promised she'll do anything. In the days that followed, Superstar revealed a fetish to Grant. It tested his promise that she would do anything. With the request, she sent video of herself urinating. Okay. She went numb and obeyed. Okay. Superstar informed Grant if she had not complied with the request, he would have lost any interest in her and then called her a bitch. Okay, so if he doesn't do it, if you don't do it, he leaves you alone but calls you a bitch. So you did it. That same month, he said they wanted to set a play date and have an encounter. Okay. However, a snowstorm changed the plans, and she ultimately used the weather and COVID as an excuse to back out. Oh. Okay. So here we go. Yes, in January 22, Linda found out and that he was losing his condo and she would divorce him. He added to a public divorce and make her a headline. Reportedly, to salvage his marriage and avoid the publicity, he wanted her to sign an NDA. Okay. And he was confident Linda would not divorce him and he could remain in the condo and that would avoid reputational harm. Okay. She could not go back to the office and immediately lessen her involvement in her open work items. She expressed her concern about her name in the media and losing control over her image. What image? Especially as McMahon had shared her content for over 2 years and the ramifications for her career. What career? And that corporate officer number 1 would help Grant find another job. So, not to share with everybody, she say health reasons why she's leaving. Regarding the NDA, she says, is this when Jerry sends the papers? McMahon not unsure that they would be in the driver's seat to iron out terms together, but she would need an attorney to make things official. And yeah, you do need an attorney for something like that. And approved asking the celebrity doctor for an attorney referral. Oh God, yeah, that's not going to be a conflict of interest. So, yeah. Brock gave her the F5. Yeah. Oh. Sarah says, don't make me reenact Chris Benoit. Oh, oof. Oof. D. Watt says, never cross state lines. Here's the thing. Under human trafficking, if people cross state lines to come there, the feds would use that depending on the situation. They might be able to roll that into a Mann Act offense. I can see them trying that. So, following this discussion, McMahon led Grant to his bedroom for another sexual encounter. Okay. In January, he listed the to-do list for purposes of effectuating the NDA, such as retaining counsel, which is always what you need to do, an offer for one-on-one career coaching. You see, Janelle, to get the right job, you have to learn how to do sex. Well, you've already accomplished that with me. Before she retained counsel, McMahon discussed the amount of money would be exchanged for the NDA, settled on a lump sum of $3 million after Miss Grant told the $1 million was not enough to compensate. Okay. And notice she brings up, like, it's not... Listen to this. Listen to this. I can't believe her attorneys put this in here. She said the initial offer was not enough to compensate for the lost earning potential and the fact she would be unable to continue with the promised career trajectory of vice president, as well as failing to last as director for a full year. Notice she's not talking about, oh my God, you've turned me into a sexual slave. You've beaten me. You've attacked me. I've suffered a lot of injury and harm and degrading stuff at your degenerate hands. What? What? Or they don't include after that. While she said that, she was really concerned about all the other crap. Like, why? What? This gives me questions. This gives me questions. Yeah. So, I'm just saying, guys. Like I said, I'm just saying. Okay. Before she retained counsel, he called her with an update, informed her that McMahon's attorney, counsel for WWE, insisted on installment payments due to cash flow purposes. Okay. Where Grant responded, this idea did not make sense for a billionaire. McMahon insisted it was not his idea. Okay, well. So in January, she had contacted a celebrity doctor about an attorney referral. And on that physician's recommendation and on McMahon's approval, upon his approval, she signed a retainment agreement with an attorney later that day. Okay. So she just signed it. Okay. No wonder she got hosed in this deal. That attorney can be opened up some issues there if he's not careful. He probably wasn't. Later on, McMahon continued sending sexual text messages, encouraging him to send explicit photos of the superstar. McMahon also requested Grant send him content she had sent to Lesnar. Okay. The negotiations in the NDA were brief, lasting only 8 days. That's not that short. Grant reminded McMahon that the NDA ought to address people who knew about the relationship and not limited to corporate officer number 1, corporate officer number 2, John Laurinaitis, and McMahon's personal assistants. Okay. Grant and her attorney sought to incorporate the list of individuals who had knowledge in the relationship into Schedule A in the NDA. Okay. Ms. Grant's requested revisions were flatly rejected by McMahon and WWE, who reverted to the original draft that incorporated any proposed changes. With the exception that as of the date of execution, Ms. Grant would not speak of the relationship. Okay. January 26th, an even more pressing need to get the NDA signed immediately. Because he had to report pending or threatened legal action to the board of directors, specifically the audit committee, and that is actually something he would have to do as a CEO. So he had to get this done. Right, pending or threatened legal action. Oh yeah, she's gonna say I pimped her out. Yeah, he's gonna have to do that to their audit committee. And then his attorney cannot do so unless she signed the NDA. Okay. He informed Grant the board members were concerned about the delay, and they probably were. Repeatedly pressed Grant to stop her attorney from any further wordsmithing and blamed the attorney for not understanding the urgency of the situation. Well, you pay more, that can happen. Despite any previous approval, McMahon now expressed that he and his attorney had concerns about Grant's attorney and warned her that counsel could not be trusted, which in turn caused Grant to question her trust in her personal attorney. Okay, at some point, honey, this is on you. You're like in your 30s. Like at some point, come on. On or around January 26th, she became so overwhelmed she asked to simply give notice without the need for a payment, even offering to sign a napkin or post a note as a sign of goodwill. McMahon flatly rejected her desire to back out. 8 days after she had hired an attorney, McMahon left her a lengthy audio message explaining why they needed to go through with this, pushing her to hurry up and sign the NDA, advising he would be double fucked if she did not. Referring to his divorce and reporting to the board of directors. Yeah, that would be bad. There were unresolved edits that led to panicked phone calls. That happens in drafting and litigation. including an attorney confidentiality clause, a signatory line that Miss Grant's counsel said he would never sign. Ooh. I wonder what that said if he was refusing to sign it. Also, the deadline to sign the NDA was pushed up from by 3 days. Okay. He kept on begging her to sign the NDA, and not by signing it, she would jeopardize him, the company, and his family, and she would become the subject of national headlines. Well, guess what? She still is. And she didn't do that by the start of the live program we scheduled on the 28th. In a state of mental defeat and fear of the threats, she succumbed and signed the NDA just before the deadline. On February 4th, she got $1 million. Okay. That's more than the money she's probably going to make. So let's be honest. Let's be honest here. On February 28th, she was wired $10,000 to cover her attorney's fees incurred in connection with the NDA. Both wires are sent with the originator described as Vincent K. McMahon, care of WWF, and the 1241 East Main Street, Stamford, Connecticut, United States. Okay. On February 9th to 10th, she gave notice that she was leaving WWE. Okay. After signing the NDA, she continued to ask about who had told Linda, as she was concerned about her ability to obtain employment in the future. I don't know. It's going to look sketchy, your history anyway. After the NDA was signed, McMahon, only wearing a white robe, met with Grant in his condo to review the outstanding business items. As Grant was proceeding to the door to leave, McMahon grabbed her by the arm and commanded her to do one last thing. And said, "Get on your knees." She knelt on the hard floor, barely a few feet away from the front door, and opened his robe in order to eat him. He grabbed the back of his head. It slammed her in the crotch till she gagged and he pushed away, saying she couldn't breathe. Oh, she pulled a George Floyd. McMahon responded she wouldn't get away that easily and held her head as he forced himself back into where she had no air. She tried to push away, but he held her firmly in place and loudly commanded her to look up and take it, bitch. Momentarily made eye contact before the force caused her body to convulse and retro tears streaming down her face. How did she know that? Okay. McMahon then released his hold and closed his robe as she stood up. After leaving, she never saw him again. Okay. Well, yeah, she left her abuser after he paid her a lot of money. Yeah, that's how a lot of human trafficking goes, huh? While she was on a trip in Florida, he said it's the last time I hear from her. If you need anything, contact corporate officer number 1 or officer number 2. Over the half-hour phone call, oh no, WrestleMania is so hard he can't focus and his personal life is blown up. They agreed to resume contact after WrestleMania. He also instructed her to continue had sexual relations with other men, including Superstar, in the meantime. Okay. In March, Superstar said she was in New York. She sent him explicit photos. Cool. In March later that month, he reached out again, and she interpreted these advances as an indication of his control. McMahon's attorney said there was an anonymous email about the relationship that was going around. And later in June, there were stories regarding the matter of his multiple NDAs with various women. Miss Grant did not receive a payment under her NDA in February of 2023. Despite the insurances, he would cover her medical care and the costs associated with her tax liability for the $1 million payment. McMahon has refused to cover those costs. He paid her health care until April 15th when it abruptly ceased. She's got $1 million in her pocket. Come on now. That's, I'm gonna come. Oh. This story makes 50 Shades of Grey look romantic. Yeah. Oh. Looks like there's a Automata for $2. But Man Act Defense was her official job title. Well played. Well played. Popcorn Power says, well, it sounds like Vince opened a few doors for her, mainly her back door. Hi-yo. Then Furby Slayer says, she just wants money. Story older than history, yes. A tale, it just says, Mrs. Potts would say, tale as old as time. Wait, no, is it song as old as rhyme, tale as old? Song as old as rhyme, tale as old as time. Hoes wanting their money. Oh, all right. We're almost there, guys. Page 46 of 67. Oh my God, this is not ending. From 2019 until 2022, provided with gifts to keep her under control. Examples of the gifts are the alternative clinic care, the clubhouse tickets, okay, the WrestleMania private transportation, a 2,000 Nordstrom gift card, a massive box of Godiva. Ooh. Examples of things for 2020 include 20 grand towards a surgery, a pearl diamond necklace. I bet that happened more than once. Stuff from cashmere from Nordstrom, a Burberry cashmere from Nordstrom, a blue hat from Nordstrom, a shawl from Nordstrom, Celine sunglasses, a cable knit throw blanket, large bouquets of flowers every other week. In 2021, she got a 2022 BMW 430xi, a $5,000 gift certificate at Landfear Spa. Okay. 2 private chef catered dinners in McMahon's condo. Yeah, but is that really a gift if it's like he had it with her? Gold and diamond paved paperclip necklace. Okay. The Bloomingdale's gift cards, a food assortment display, and an antique tea ceremony set from Saudi Arabia. That actually sounds cool. And then flowers every other week. Okay. Okay, so she was a victim to predators, not a consenting participant. The WWE stood by and facilitated efforts that allowed them to continue her exploitation. What in addition to Grant and her providers who examined her fallen abuse will testify to, there's ample other evidence of Grant's mental state and her attempts to avoid unfortunate circumstances. Okay. In 2021, she sent a message to the resident manager of her apartment that she was miserable at WWE. Don't say to Vince, but I actually am miserable, mismanaged all the time. They admit they don't know what to do with me. Nobody gave a fuck when I was harassed and retaliated against, to the point my reputation was questioned and my work was taken away. Notice she doesn't say, like, she just says they're treating me like shit at the job. There's no, oh my God, these guys are, like, abusing me. Again, that's a bit of an issue. Brad says he left her on the Obamacare exchange. Oh, yeah. Okay. Chaucer says spa days. Yes, prisoners get spa days. Yes. Yes. Brad says, I tried to get away, but they kept paying me. Yes. Yes. This is probably the richest human trafficking victim ever. As further alleged throughout this complaint, Grant was frequently referred to as McMahon's bitch. On multiple occasions, she objected to this treatment. Okay. As alleged hearing, Grant was being routinely directed by McMahon to engage in conduct, manifesting gradually into reality. Yeah. Further, at all times, Miss Grant was an employee of the WWE, could easily expect at a minimum to lose her position if she didn't comply. That wasn't clear, at least initially. As detailed herein, they knew about the illegal conduct, did nothing. This is self-evident from the numerous executives who were privy to McMahon's involvement with Grant, as well as prior incidents involving sexual misconduct. Maybe. Grant introduced herself to WWE corporate officer number 1 when they passed in the hallway. The corporate officer responded by telling Grant that corporate officer number 1 knew exactly who she was. Number 1 maintained an office suite on the 4th floor of the headquarters. Meanwhile, Grant's cubicle in the legal department was in a different building across the street from number 1's office. Grant had no physical presence there, so how would he know who she is? Okay, until 2021. All right. Corporate officer number 1 was a high-ranking member. It is unusual that WWE officer number 1 would know who Grant was at that point, except officer number 1 knew of Grant, at least in part by hearing about the ongoing exploitation of Grant by McMahon. Okay. And I'm sure there's actually going to be like, hey, say hi to, we have new employees. I'm sure that doesn't happen there, which I bet it totally does. I mean, like I said, let's be real. Hold on here one sec, guys. All right, sorry, we're back. You know, let's be real. I mean, that's where we are with this. You know, let's be real.
Let's be honest.
You know, we got to be honest. We got to be honest with ourselves. It's all about number 2. Yes, who does number 2 work for? Johnson Fraud says the WWE sounds like a professional environment. Yeah, it does. Oh. Mr. Squiggles is like, he's going to be, if he's a wrestling fan, he's like, damn, I'll be his bitch. Yeah. All right, let's keep going, guys. Whew. We're going to power through. We are going to power through. Michelle Trakutis having a shitty attorney is giving me the spite and the anger to keep going. Oh, now I got an eyelash in my eye. That's not good. All right. Following the messages to McMahon, he summoned her to his condo that evening for a conversation. That corporate officer did need who she was, and McMahon had met privately with her, officer number 1, and number 2, because number 2 worked for Mr. McMahon, and advised them of those connections. They had expressed concern, but they were ultimately supportive. Well, yeah, because he's the boss. Both inquired whether she could be trusted. Yeah, well, and that Miss Grant would not do something to hurt the WWE. Knowledge of the part of WWE is further about her hiring and subsequent position changes, including a number of such meetings. Yeah, that's all helpful, but the fact she's also pursuing these position changes shows she wants them and she's pushing for them and she wants the money. I think you guys have to be careful about putting this in your pleading because that kind of looks a little bit iffy there. Just saying that's a problem because that's this is an admission. These are facts you've stated now. It's unusual for the executive chairman and CEO to name drop 2 of the company's highest ranking officers in connection with the coordinator's first promotion. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it's not at the WWE. Who knows? Corporate officer number 4 was in the legal department. Corporate officer number 4 was terminated or asked to resign because while still employed, knew about or highly suspected there was a relationship. Okay. Number 4 apparently told another executive that this was all going on. Yeah, okay, maybe. Knowledge of the part of the WWE is further demonstrated by her presence became more visible over time. Executive committee meetings were attended by individuals with direct knowledge of her sexual exploitation of Grant or were otherwise suspicious. Given Grant's length of employment and job title, it's an abnormal sign of different and special treatment for her to attend such meetings, especially when the executive head of the department was in attendance as well. They're making a lot of insinuations about the corporate structure, so I wonder what they know. That is something to take note of. The key is layers, yes. Let's go. Brandon says, you have to see the Crumbly attorney. Well, you have to see the attorney in the Michelle Trakunis trial. The first attorney, when she's sitting in the police station with her attorney sitting there, and she wants to answer questions. She's like, no. We want to hear the answer. While she's sitting there with the police. It was just, oh my God, it was awful. So here we go. Let's keep finishing this. All right. It was an abnormal sign and special treatment. Yeah. Notably, Grant inquired both WWE Corporate Officer 1 and 2 about whether it was appropriate for her to attend these meetings. Yeah, she never had a second issue about it. Officer number 3, another member of the board of directors, motioned for her to sit in a chair near corporate officer number 3 at the boardroom. Upon information and belief, and officer number 3 knew of these and knew about the inappropriate conduct. Okay, well, upon information and belief, numerous other independent contractors, employees, as well as executives, board members knew or suspected of it by being shown all these photographs. Okay, well, let's see the names of all those attorneys they throw out there. McMahon directed a single attorney to negotiate the NDA on behalf, to McMahon, both parties, the agreement. McMahon's abuse of Grant did not come as a surprise to anyone at WWE. Okay. He had faced numerous prior conducts. Okay. Ooh, here we go. In 1994, referee Rita Chatterton alleged that McMahon had raped her after luring her in a limousine to discuss her career. She recounted it for New York Magazine. She said she was forced into oral sex with Vince. When I couldn't complete his desires, he got real angry, started ripping off my jeans, pulled me on top of him, and told me again that if I wanted a $500,000 a year contract, I had to satisfy him. He could make me or break me. Oh, I bet he could break you in a lot of ways. And if I didn't satisfy him, I was blackballed. That's it. I was done. Okay. In 2006, that McMahon had shown nude pictures of himself to a tanning booth attendant at a Tanza bar in Boca Raton, Florida, and subsequently made unwelcome advances and finally cornered her in a tanning booth and groped her. A former spa manager claimed he assaulted her in 2001. Okay. To further illustrate it, top executives not only failed to properly investigate abuse, but also compounded her suffering by making public statements that trivialize the harm perpetuated on her. Okay, well, these are just a few examples of how the WWE and its senior officials knew and fostered a culture where the venture of harassment and sexual exploitation of women was tolerated to further the business and financial interests of the WWE. Given, among the other things, the history of misconduct involving the other women, the notice provided by McMahon to senior leadership, rumors about the relationship within the headquarters, the sharing of the pictures, the atypical hiring, the atypical advancement of Grant, they clearly knew something was up and there was, or recklessly disregarded the facts available to them. Yeah. The NDA, its validity. Okay. So here we go. Oh, the Exhibit A is an NDA. We could see the NDA. Holy shit, this will be good. Josh Friends says, of course, that dude goes tanning. Yeah. J-Rex says it's a pretty sweet deal for $509,000. Old Line Red says 1, 2, or 3 has to be Stephanie. I kind of get the feeling because 1 is an older person, it sounds like, that goes all the way back. So it wouldn't be Stephanie. I'm thinking 2 or 3 is Stephanie. Number 4 sounds like a legal assistant counsel or something. Vinny Mac says, I'm going to come. Well, I'm tired. Well, don't come and hang in there. We'll get through it. Brad says, so everyone in the company knew it was atypical except her. Yes. So. Fuck says, no mention of Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, and the Montreal screw job. Well, maybe that's going to get alleged in here. Oh, maybe that's going to get alleged in here at some point. Oh, holy cow. Oh, number 2 is on her head, so it can't be Stephanie. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's got to be number 3 then, I'm thinking. So let's take a look here. Okay, the NDA signed by her and WWE's are through coercive tactics, which, yes, those are defenses to signing a contract. Fraud, duress, those are 2 of the big ones there. In a manifestation of mutual assent was not met, undue influence. Those are the typical things you would say. Capacity. Those are the big things you would normally cite as an excuse to invalidate a contract, and that makes it legally enforceable pursuant to federal statute and common law. And that's true. Those are the common law ways to get out of a contract. Well, sign it or I'll kill you. Well, that's not enforceable. The NDA violates the Speaks Out Act and is thus enforceable. Well, maybe. I don't know if it says it is, but I'll take their word. They're not lying about that. It's void and enforceable because the confidentiality term, a core, is overly broad on its face. Now we're going to do contract law tonight, guys. But you didn't think that was happening. As written, it would prevent Miss Grant from saying anything to anyone about WWE or employment, which, of course, she would need to do to apply for a job, for example, let alone exposing a man or other sexual assault or abuse of her. The NDA that he has used to silence other women may equally be unenforceable if the same language was used. Miss Grant was more of a coerced to sign the NDA 8 days after she first spoke to an attorney. And Attorney McMahon initially approved of it, and that becomes a problem. And cautioned against her trusting. Okay, well, now he's dicking with her legal counsel. So that makes him in bad faith there. She was railroaded, rejecting all of her own attorney's comments. This occurred to relentless pressure, including implicit and explicit threats. Yep. The NDA did not include basic terms she was promised by McMahon, including he would pay for her lawyers, medical care, and taxes. Well, that doesn't make it unenforceable. Notice they're not saying that's not an enforceable term. They're saying that's not fair. Regardless, even if it were enforceable, McMahon breached a core term of it. He paid $1 million, but didn't make any further payments. Yeah. And they have to. If you don't pay, you've now violated, remember, it's I shut up if you pay me. And it sounds like if they had paid her, she would have shut up. Well, once again, that kind of brings the issue of what were you really looking for here, Miss Grant? So, including the installment of $500,000 that was supposed to be paid within 10 days. Okay. Circumstances have changed and that Miss Grant's name has now been publicly released through no fault of her own, which impacts employment prospects, has led to further trauma and humiliation. Okay. She's been traumatized by reliving those experiences by giving evidence to the government in connection with their investigations into the WWE, which the government did investigate them. Her trauma was so severe, she required extended inpatient treatment. She lives with so much anxiety and depression, she's unable to leave her residence for weeks at a time out of fear and PTSD. Wonder if she still lives in the same apartment. Due to this trauma and inability to leave her home, she was terminated from employment with who? Where she lost not only her dream job of managing her building, but the only job she could procure without the need for any references. Mrs. Grant's lost income was $80,000 a year. Well, kind of curious what that's all coming from or turning into there. So I don't know, guys. I'm starting to, it's like, well, what couldn't you do your job managing the building? Like, what, you couldn't leave the building? The serial evictions of the NDA have created a wedge in all of Miss Grant's relationships and left her in a state of isolation. Well, yeah, that's what happens. Read what you sign. As her family passed away, well, her mom and dad already died. She cannot and does not lean on support of the community due to the restrictions. Well, that's what happens when you sign it. She's weight loss, insomnia, rashes, flashbacks, nightmares, panic attacks, depression, days without brushing her teeth, taking a shower, or washing her clothes. Many days she doesn't leave her bed. She'll prove at trial she will need lifelong treatment because of the pain and suffering. Okay, so causes of action. The NDA is attached. They want it voided. Okay. Speak Out Act says you can't. Okay. Speak Out Act provides with respect to a sexual assault dispute or a sexual harassment dispute, no non-disclosure or non-disparagement clause agreed to before the dispute arises shall judicially be enforceable in instances in which conduct is alleged to have violated federal, tribal, or state law. Okay, well, but that's, so if you just allege it, then you're out. You're out of your NDA. That's brilliant. That's not going to be abused. Because the claims themselves constitute the dispute of the date of this complaint. Filing them pursuant to the act, the court termed the NDA, and thus the NDA itself is judicially unenforceable, and she's entitled to a declaratory judgment. Yes. Declaratory relief, it's void under common law. Okay, she's pointing out that, this is a weird term. She can't disclose, discuss, or reveal any claims against or information about McMahon, her relationship with McMahon, the WWE, any employees, contractors, or anything to third parties on social media, in any public forum, or to any member of the media. Okay. That's okay. This right here is read literally. This would prevent her from disclosing the mere fact she worked for the WWE and interview on her resume. That's not true. She's told she can't discuss or reveal any claims against or information about McMahon, her relationship with McMahon, the WWE, or any employees or independent contractors to third parties on social media. Notice saying to third parties, it's saying, comma, on social media. Maybe they're considering that the list, but I don't know. I think that's read literally. I think there's some ambiguity there. In any public forum or to any member of the media. Notice they focus on all this, but they're just saying anybody in general. Why wouldn't it just stop at third parties and go, boom, done? Why would you do the rest of this if that were an issue? Like, just the third parties, period. If that's what you wanted to get done, you can't talk to anybody about this. Any third party. Why does it stop? Why would they stop right here? That's where I'm like, what? So, did you mod a bot? Yes, I did. I've always modded bots. The sex bots get a wrench. So, I don't... Tribal law now. Well, yes, because that governs in the tribal lands. So, tribal law. So, yeah, the law, if you're in the Cherokee Nation or the Navajo Nation, you're under tribal law. Well, this overrides that. So, that right there, though, like I said, read literally, I think you have an issue. Am I wrong? Like, can you guys tell me, do I sound wrong? Does this anything, am I wrong? To me, that's not clear. But that's the argument. I think, you have to be careful when it's like read literally. Well, I think people could read that different ways. Further confidential information was not defined. Okay, well, and thus is overbroad, particularly the information that has since become public knowledge. Yeah, but that's, it's still privileged information. It's confidential. Just because it got released doesn't mean you can release it now. There cannot have been a meeting of the minds on the overly broad confidentiality provision, says you. Second, the NDA is invalid. She entered into the contract under duress. Okay, yeah. And undue influence is detailed herein. Yep, and those are two get out of jail cards with that. There's a drastic power difference. She never held a paying office job in her life due to caretaking for her parents. So that they highlight that again. She's never held a job before. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. McMahon left her an excessive voice memo shortly before it was signed. Okay, yeah, we already went through all that nonsense. The third, the NDA is an adhesion contract. Wow. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. I didn't expect to see like that come up tonight, but is this really an adhesion contract? Because adhesion contracts are not allowed. Those are frowned upon in common law. You can't do those. I don't, that's just not acceptable. Because, and it's, what are you guys talking about here? Yeah, she signed it. Yes. Yep. She took care of her parents her whole life. Sounds like it. Yeah. So what's an adhesion contract? Basically, it's where one side dictates all the terms. So in this case, yes, basically WWE came in and said, here's all the terms. You have to take it or leave it. The other side doesn't really have the ability to get involved and be there to help what's going on. And it's kind of like just, the disproportionate bargaining power. Like, obviously, because Vince McMahon's in the hype, he's got all the money and she wants money. So, parties have unequal positions. It's the idea, it's called the manifestation of mutual assent. In contract notes, you'll see it written as MMA. The meeting of the minds. And the parties should be coming together from equal positions, trying to resolve an issue. Sometimes one might be greater than the other, but there should be some parity there. If it's all the way one way or another, you run into issues about fairness. So that becomes an adhesion. There's no choice. But in this situation, it's not really that is that really an adhesion contract though? How if you're working with the WWE, will you ever really be in a situation where you're on par with them? No. Proposed revisions were rejected by your attorney and ultimately rejected by McMahon's attorney. Okay, well, so that shows she was fighting back, but then she changed her mind. Fourth, the NDA is substantively unconscionable, and that it's clearly one-sided. Well, okay. The non-disparagement provision only applies to Grant and not McMahon or the WWE. She was slated to receive $1 million and then $2 million in installments. She gave up her job as a result of the agreement. Okay. The compensation's out of line what similarly situated individuals had received. Based on what? What are you making that statement for? Okay, and it's even more one-sided with respect because only McMahon is responsible for the payments. The WWE's only obligations are not to sue her and to write a favorable letter of recommendation to a future employer upon request. Okay, that's a problem here. How does that one work? A favorable letter to an employer upon request, but now they come up here and say she can't talk to anybody that she worked anywhere. How do you square that circle, counselor? How? If you read it literally, she can't do anything about telling anybody she worked there. So that's clear. This whole argument right here, this fucking argument is bullshit. And it makes this argument bullshit to me. I see this one right here as bullshit. Because now you've got this problem. Future employer upon request. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with that? I don't know how you deal with that. It's a contradicting argument to me. And I would point out that this is a contradicting argument. Sure, they might be able to make a they're pointing out the NDA says, well, if we're reading it literally, well, then this is completely a bullshit. And they're not saying that doesn't exist anymore. They're not saying that this is a bullshit term. They're saying it's part of it. Okay. Fifth, the NDA is void against public policy. Now, that is something true. That is a common law argument. Public policy. We don't let people make contracts where you can waive away negligence, or we don't allow people to sign contracts where they're intentionally going to get hurt by the other party, because that goes against public policy. As the public, we don't want to see that happening. The NDA reports to silence unlawful sexual abuse and prevent her from taking steps. And they're claiming the Speak Out Act is the reason of this. Okay. Under Connecticut law, courts will not blue pencil contracts where the unreasonable provisions form the heart of an agreement. Thus, the entirety of the NDA must be deemed void and unenforceable. Blue penciling means they try to work around all the bad spots. You take a blue pencil and you scribble out all the bad things and you leave what's there. The NDA has in any event been breached by McMahon and the WWE, and that she didn't receive a second payment of $500,000. Yeah, it's a breach of contract. Because the NDA is a contract. You shut up, we pay you. And if we don't pay you, you can talk. So, violations of the TVPA. Okay, well, paragraphs 1 through 286. Oh my God. We'll skip. I mean, yes, all otherwise, she was engaged in sexual conduct and was moved around. He flew others around to do that. Okay. We acknowledge that's all happened there. Okay, yeah. Participating in venture in violation. Okay, well, yes, all the trafficking was going on. Blah, 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 blah. Negligence. Okay. The WWE has a negligence claim against them. The WWE's responsibility to ensure protection and safety of their employees. Yep. So they knew or recklessly disregarded that it was practice for McMahon and Laurinaitis to entice, recruit, force, and coerce women into sexual acts based on the promise of higher job security and advancement within the WWE. Alternatively, they should have known of these facts under the circumstances. They did nothing to prevent his conduct, and they took no appropriate actions against the risk of harm. They talked about all the damages she suffered, and they're liable in the following ways. By commission and omission, saying by doing stuff and just ignoring stuff, refusing to act, they've allowed and tolerated sexual assault and humiliation and fostered a culture in which acts will be tolerated. By commission and omission, they retain them despite their actual knowledge of their propensity to be violent and put women in sexual acts. They failed to warn Miss Grant of the risk, the harm which she was subjected to while employed by the WWE. I don't know. I think when she saw Vince McMahon doing all that shit in his underwear, we have a big term in the law. It's called assumption of the risk. It's called assumption of the risk. You can't just assume shit's going to happen. Well, shit did happen, but if you I got a shitty feeling about this, you're assuming the risk. The guy's standing there in his underwear and it's getting all creepy. And you're like, fuck it. I want that VP job. I got to get that bag. And get that bag, girl. So, yeah, she accepted the poo. Yeah, she did. So, I'm just saying, it's assumption of the risk, I think, at some point. Because there are arguments to negligence. Assumption of the risk, contributory negligence. Not every state does those. Not every state does contributory negligence, but assumption of the risk is going to be there. Although that's a bad fucking optical look in this type of a case to put that down. But I'd still argue it's assumption of the risk. I mean, it's when the sign says "Don't feed the bears," don't feed the fucking bears. The WWE owed her a duty of care, breached that duty, and its breach caused her to suffer injuries. Okay. Civil battery. Okay. Yeah, civil battery is a common law tort. And that's with the final encounter where he did a ghetto gaggers act on her. After it was executed, he made her do it, and he slammed his wiener in her mouth. So that counts. Civil battery is going to be probably the office attack. Yeah. She talks about the office attack. Okay, that's civil battery. Yeah, that's battery. That's an unwanted touching that causes harm. Negligent infliction of emotional distress. Yeah, I can see that. That he knew or knew should have emotional distress was like a result of his conduct. He intended to inflict it. Yeah, well, he objectified her. He degraded her routinely. Made her the poopings gets brought up again. They talk about there's poop there. All the pictures he made her take and then showed them to everybody else. Doing all the messages, and then going out to just running around and grabbing people involved. So that's all being used as infliction of emotional distress. I mean, that's negligent infliction of emotional distress against Laurinaitis and WWE. Yeah, okay, it's there. Okay, God, that's a monster. That's a banger of a. Oh, there's no Exhibit A. Oh, hold on. We're going to have to go get the case. We're going to have to go get the case from... We're going to have to go get the case from court listener here. All right, hold on. She was not trafficked. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah. Okay, yes. And My Dumb Movie says, you know what happens when you assume things? You make an ass out of you and me. No, wait. You end up on your knees in front of an open bathrobe hearing, eat it. Is that how the saying goes? Yeah, I think so. I think you've got the traditional saying right. And chest area fraud, yes. If the dude comes out in his underwear, you have to be as thick as a brick to not know what he wants. Well, I mean, I think her argument's going to be, I'm just a simple folk. I ain't never been outside none. You know, I was like the boy in the bunker. I just simple. Let's see here. Where is... Hold on. Hold on here. Where is... Oh, select jurisdictions. That's part of the issue here. State. Hold on. How do you clear all? Yeah, clear all. Okay. Federal district. District of Connecticut. Apply. Relevance. Newest cases first. Let's see here. I don't want to have to pay money to get on Pacer, but it looks like I'm going to have to. Case 23, 3 gold, 24 CVs. Let's see here. All right. Pacer, login. All right, come on. I'd like to go District of Connecticut. All right, guys, we're going to look on Pacer together. All right, here we go. Let's go look through Pacer. District of Connecticut, filing system. Okay. Query. What's this chick's name again? Grant. Janel Grant. Okay. We'll type her name in because there's going to be a million cases involving Vince McMahon. Because the WWE's been sued a bunch. Janel. Run query. Oh, there we go. All right. Docket report. Let's see. Run report. Okay, so yeah, it just got filed. Exhibit A. Oh, here we go. Let's pull this up and see what this bad boy is. Cost 70 cents. Yeah, we'll view that document. That's how much I love you guys. We're going to look at this document here. So. Fail 2-1. You guys suck. All right, let's see what we can bring up. Can you guys read this from where you're at? Okay, you guys can read it. All right, here we go. Okay. Print, save. I'm going to save this. There we go. Saved. All right. So let's look at this exhibit. This will be interesting. Seeing legal documents is interesting just to learn how other people do stuff. And, you know, maybe I'll take ideas from this. Okay. Confidential settlement agreement and release and covenant not to sue. Okay. That's part of what this is. You're agreeing not to sue us. We're paying you money. It's a covenant. Not that kind of covenant. Between Vince and K. McMahon. WWE, wrestling, his past, present division, subsidiaries, predecessors, affiliations, and successors, and Janel Grant. Okay. Whereas Grant's been employed, the parties agree to terminate Grant's employment to avoid any damage. Okay. Grant's consideration, representation, and warranties to McMahon. Okay. Okay, she will not disclose, discuss, reveal any claims against or information about McMahon, her relationship with McMahon, WWE, or any employees or independent contractors of WWE, third parties on social media, or in any public forum to any member of the media. See, they're claiming that's clear, but okay, she's not going to tell it to third parties on social media or in any forum to any member of the media. Because, like I said, they have that problem down below. They said they'd write her a letter of recommendation. So how does that work? She will not disclose, discuss, or reveal the existence of this agreement. Okay. Or any of the terms of this agreement or the amounts paid to her to any third party on social media, in any public forum, or to any member of the media provided. And see, the way they wrote this, you can read it again. It almost sounds like you can't tell this to third parties on social media, in a public forum, or any member of the media as a third party. So that's why I think if I was going to argue this is bracketed as this is one whole subject. She may disclose the amounts paid pursuant to this agreement to her attorney and tax advisors, so long as she obtains her prior commitment to maintain the confidentiality. And if Grant discloses the amounts paid to her tax advisors, accountants, or taxing authorities, she'll limit disclosure to the minimum required. Okay. Yeah, she's saying keep it confidential. What the hell is that? All right. So Grant further agrees any disclosures will cause and result. And that's the thing. If she talks, they'll result in the non-payment of any monies under this agreement. Okay. And she agrees to return all monies paid to her by Grant pursuant to any agreement prior to disclosure. Okay. Oof. She will not make any disparaging remarks about McMahon to WWE, third parties, on social media, or in any public forum for any member of the press. Okay. Statements that would lead to lessen the reputation. Okay. The release waiver and covenant not to sue. Okay. Except for any rights under this agreement as otherwise stated herein. She agrees to release, remise, and forever discharge. Those are all legal terms right there. By these present does for herself, her heirs, executors, and administrators, like successors and assignees. Release, remise, and forever discharge. You can say like quit claim. McMahon, the WWE, present, former, and future directors, officers, employees, agents, and representatives of the WWE personally as well, from all manner of actions, causes of action, sums of money, covenants, contracts, controversies, agreements, promises, damages, claims, and demands whatsoever in law or equity that she ever had, may have, now has, or that her heirs, executors, and administrators can or shall or may have as a result of or in connection with her employment related with the WWE, the termination and or any and all matters involving her relationship with McMahon or WWE personnel, whether unknown, asserted or unasserted, suspected or unsuspected, which she may have as a result of any act which she has occurred at any time up to and including the date of her execution of this agreement. That's pretty good. I like that. By signing this agreement, she acknowledges she will waive any right she may have to pursue or bring a lawsuit or make illegal claims. That's kind of made clear, so you understand, dummy. She agrees she will not cause to be filed any illegal administrative proceedings. Okay. She agrees she will ever forbear from pursuing any legal proceedings except to enforce this agreement, and she'll make no more demands. Not in any other way make further demands. Okay. She will not institute or be a party to any lawsuits, either individually or as a class or representative. She waives any right to any additional recovery that may be sought by her or any state, local, or federal government agency. So they agree that in consideration for these covenants, they hereby forever release and discharge her heirs, from any and all disputes, causes of action that they may bring, including damages, attorney's fees, expenses, debts, contracts, agreements, and any and all other claims from any other nature whatsoever against Grant, whether known or unknown, or whether asserted or unasserted, from the beginning of time to the date of the execution of this agreement. And that's how you cover your bases going back in time. Up to this date, going back to the beginning of history. Because you can't ever guarantee that you've got the timeline correct. It's safer that way. There was a lot of discharge. Yes, a lot. Yeah. So, Pope Brackets, you're saying, why do transcripts cost so much, especially when electronic, if it is for a defendant's appeal? Because they still have to be typed out. And you need a court reporter who's certified that you can trust that's a accurate and fair and correct transcription of the event. That takes time, because when they hear it, when you give it to a court reporter, they have to sit there and they'll sit in their office, they'll listen to it, and they'll break out their little court reporter machine and they print out their shorthand. They have to translate that shorthand into words, and then they have to format it and do all that. It takes time and money. I mean, maybe AI does that in the future, but even then, it can be kind of iffy. But that's why it costs a lot of time, money and time. So, Alex, we'll get to this one in a second. It's not even history. Time. Yes, time. It's like Soul Calibur. Welcome back to the stage of history. God, I talk about all kinds of fucking references. I am a fucking dork. Not admission of liability. That no parties are admitting liability of any kind. That's normal. Resignation of Grant upon assignment of this agreement shall resign from her employment, effective immediately. That's normal. Monetary considerations. This is the thing here. The bargain for exchange. That is another contract principle. The bargain for exchange. You want me to do something, you have to give me consideration. That consideration is, for all valuable consideration of $1, I hereby quitclaim to you my land. Or for valuable consideration of $1, I hereby sell my car to you for the price of $1. And that's how you can get around paying taxes on a car in some states. I'm not saying you should do that. But the monetary considerations, upon execution, she will get $1 million within 10 days. Providing all confidentiality obligations of Grant under this term are complied with in ensuing years, McMahon will pay the following sums within 10 days of the dates listed below. Okay. In 2023, 500 Gs. 2024, 500 Gs. 25, 500 Gs. 26, 500 Gs. In the event any disclosure of the matter is required to be kept confidential under this agreement, he'll have no obligation to make any more payments. And all monies previously paid to Grant shall be returned to McMahon in accordance with the terms of this agreement. All monies paid to Grant under this agreement shall not be subject to any tax withholdings. So it's like getting a 1099. It's on her to pay the taxes. She's responsible for the proper tax treatment and for the payment of all taxes, penalties, and interest due as a result of any payments made under this agreement. Now, she doesn't have to pay taxes until she gets it, so it's only paying taxes once she earns it. She understands and agrees to representation, warranties, and confidentiality continue in perpetuity, and even after all payments due under this agreement are made in full. So 25 years from now, it's still in effect. She recognizes the substantial damages which would be done to McMahon of WWE in the event of any disclosure of material she's obligated to keep confidential. Accordingly, both as a contractual promise that is liquidated damages to return all monies paid if and when disclosure matters requires to be confidential are made. McMahon agrees, and this agreement binds him and his estate in the event of his death. So that means she can enforce this against them. If Vince McMahon dies, they can enforce this. And remember, she's allowed to go to them and say, hey, you got to pay me. And I'm allowed to do that as part of the enforcement of it, because we talk about that. She's allowed to do that for the enforcement right here. except it's necessary to enforce the agreement. So she's allowed to do that. Additional consideration. In the event she desires a recommendation of WWE to future employers, she can identify John Laurinaitis as a reference, and WWE agrees to provide a positive evaluation and recommendation to any such employer of Grant. So how can you read that literally if that flies in the face of their claim above? That flies in the face of this claim of read literally. I mean, that flies in the face of this right here. That flies in the face of this nonsense. Yeah, if you read it literally, well, actually, it looks like this. How does this work here when they clearly, and it's clear, if he's no longer employed by the WWE at that time, she needs a reference. She shall contact either legal counsel for McMahon and the WWE identified below, or McMahon to ascertain the name of the employee to identify as a reference. So she can always get a reference. So that doesn't mean she can't ever talk to anybody about it. That's a bullshit misrepresentation here. Either that or they don't fucking understand it, and I don't think that's the case. They're just, they can't. This is a misrepresentation. Grant represents that she's able to read the language and understand. Yeah, and that's fair. She's able to read the language and understand the meaning and effect of the agreement. She represents she's read it, and that her attorney, Jonathan Shapiro, no comment, has explained it to her. She acknowledges the right she is knowingly and voluntarily waiving by executing this agreement and the right to pursue any claims or causes of action against McMahon and or WWE. Should Grant receive notice or become aware of disclosure of confidential information under this agreement is sought from her or agents by way of subpoena, discovery request, court order, or agency action, she needs to give McMahon and the WWE prompt within 2 days of such notice awareness and attempt to obtain disclosure with such notice directed to these attorneys here at KL Gates LLP, K&L Gates LLP, Limited Liability Partnership. Or the notice could be sent to any person so designated by McMahon, the WWE, McDevitt, or his law partners at any time during the pendency of this agreement. Grant shall cooperate to prevent the disclosure being sought, to limit the scope and use of confidential information that is sought, or to put appropriate protections in place to maintain its confidentiality to an extent legally permissible. So that's the thing. If she's forced under the threat of law to disclose, they're not going to consider that a breach as long as she works with them. Okay, yes, the entire agreement. The entire agreement is the full and complete understanding between them, may not be modified except in a writing signed by all the parties. That's normal. In the event any provision of this agreement is held to be void or unenforceable by any arbitration panel or court reviewing an arbitration decision, the remaining provisions shall nevertheless be binding. So you can hack away at it. It's got survivable provisions. However, if any of the confidentiality obligations of the agreement are ever contended to be unenforceable by Grant or found to be enforceable by any tribunal, Grant agrees she shall return all monies paid pursuant to this agreement to McMahon. That's a tough one. Oh boy. An arbitration agreement. Ooh. Okay, so in the event any dispute arising out or under this agreement, its construction, interpretation, application, performance, or breach, the parties agree to first resolve these disputes informally, like, can we work this out? And take any formal and legal action to resolving such disputes. If it can't be resolved informally, all parties agree the sole method is binding arbitration under the Federal Arbitration Act, pursuant to procedures of the American Arbitration Association, and to do so by sealed proceedings which preserve the confidential and private nature of this agreement. The parties agree to discuss the venue for any such arbitration proceeding, and if and when such a dispute arises, which cannot be resolved, but in the event the parties cannot agree on a venue, then the exclusive venue for any arbitration proceeding shall be in Stamford, Connecticut. That's where WWE is located. The prevailing party, as determined by the arbitration tribunal, shall be entitled to recover from the non-prevailing party all of its attorney's fees and costs. Applicable law. This law shall be governed under the laws of the state of Connecticut in existence at the time of this agreement was entered into, regardless of whether the application of Connecticut choice of law rules would mandate the application of another state's laws to any dispute arising under this agreement. So they're saying that Connecticut law is going to apply no matter what, even if we need to apply another state's laws or there's a choice of law issue. You're applying it no matter what. So the parties to this sign their agreements. So this is her copy that she signed and sent over. Because the other thing, this is weird. They didn't include, like, you could sign, and encounter, not every party is going to be in the same room at the same time. So, if there's 3 separate signed pages, so like one page is signed by her, one page is signed by Vince, and one page is signed by the WWE, well, those counterparts are considered all one. So, wow, that's interesting. That's an interesting, that is an interesting thing. So, hold on here. I'm going to fix something. All right, hold on, guys. Sorry, I'm looking for something here. So, all right. You know what? Dang it. What am I looking for here? Shoot. All right. Never mind. Okay. So we're all set there, guys. It'll be awesome when it goes to trial. Yeah. Well, speaking of that, I got to pay the water bill. Give me 1 second. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Yes, she did sign a bargaining arbitration clause. Notice there's no discussion of that by her counsel. They're just like, nope, the rest of the contract's bad, but we're going to skip over that part. Why? Because those things are a bitch. So, Skippy's going to say potentially goodnight. Thinking everyone tried to remember me. Yeah, we're sorry about that, Tilly. We'll figure something out, though, man. But holy cow, it is 3 a.m. Yeah, Vince should have walked away years ago. Yeah. Yup. But getting to the question that had not been answered yet, Michelle says, in the suit, she said she's going to need lifelong care, and that amount of money could be massive. Yes. And then Mr. Alex, apparently there's 788 of them prior to him, says, do you think her will succeed? I mean, here's the thing. Remember, a complaint is her allegations. I don't know if they're true or not. I mean, you'd like to think they're true because they were filed. But this is just like when you watch a criminal case and you've just watched the prosecution present their case in chief. Yes, you're always going to look at it and say, oh, wow, they're strong. It looks really bad for the defendant. Well, the defendant gets a chance to respond. And they might file a counterclaim. They might file counterclaims against her. They may file, an answer and say, admit denied. We might get through some discovery on this. I have the feeling they're going to pay her some money to shut her the fuck up. But, yeah. I don't know. So, Otto says, I just woke up for work. Sean's still streaming. Yeah. Yeah. Lifelong care, just like your mysterious convalescent parents. Yes. Yeah. Hold on. I can do it again. My voice come back. Yes. Oh. Did she say the 500 wet wipes she used to wipe up after the poop? We need DNA testing. You can test DNA from turds. That is possible. But yes, Vince should have walked away years ago. It sounds like it. A name of some sort says, I fear the tiny hat lawyers. Their power levels are strong. It's not fear, it's respect. You respect a worthy adversary. You respect them because you know the damage they can do. So. My dumb movie says I got here late. Did I refuse to pay the rest? Yeah, they only paid the first mil. So. Yeah, sucks to be her. Let's go. Brandon says, haha, it's a 50 to 60% bracket. Yeah. Getting a mill out of nowhere. Pope brackets, this is doubling off your question earlier. I think having the right to an appeal for a criminal case, then the cost of transcripts seems shady. Well, the way it's supposed to be done is if you are indigent, you can have your transcripts prepared at no cost to you. So very few people can afford to pay for few people can afford to pay for their criminal defense. Even fewer people can afford to pay for their appeal. Like, I've done a lot of appeals. Almost all of them are court appointed. There's only, few of them are people who are paying, because it's going to be a couple G's to me, but then it's a couple G's on top of that to the person doing the transcript. So if you can't afford an attorney, though, they will appoint you somebody to write your appeal. They'll appoint an attorney for appellate purposes, and then your transcripts are prepared at, no cost to you. Now, once you lose and your appeal is overruled or something, then yeah, you'll get assessed costs, but at that point, you're probably in prison, so who gives a shit? But yes, it's otherwise, it's not, you can get it paid for. So. Let's go. Brandon says, yeah, but the trial is a month. It's a 50K transcript. Yeah, that's Daryl Brooks's transcript for his appeal is going to be massive. Derek Chauvin's would be banker's boxes full. Yeah, that's what happens. They are massive appeals. That's why it takes forever for those cases to get done. I mean, a 3-day trial could easily be, 3-4 day trial. Like in a murder case, you're looking at like 1,200 pages. It doesn't take it very quickly, because hold on, do I have it up? What I've worked on here. Yeah, hold on. I think this will work. Here, hold on. Let me grab this bad boy. One of the bigger problems with an appeal is there's not a ton of room for stuff. The pages are formatted to, well, there's not a lot of room, so. Okay, hold on. Let me see here. Which, can I use this one? Don't want to use this one. Which one is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, I could do this. No, do I got a page that doesn't have a lot of names on it? I can't redact all these out. I still need this one. Hold on here. I mean, there's only so much space that goes into the transcript on the page. It's not typed out like a normal page. Okay? Yeah, I can't use this. Sorry, guys. My bad. I can't show it to you. That is I can't disclose that one. But no, overall, like, if you guys go online and read the transcripts, yeah, it's a bunch of white space. It's that's why it also becomes a lot of pages very fast. So remember to show full names and SSNs. Yeah, well, can't show it. Let's go. Brandon says it seems like a bad idea. Well, that's why I was reading through it first to make sure I could find a page where it wouldn't be disclosing shit, and there's too much shit in there, so I don't want to do that. If she loses this case, could McMahon sue her for the $1 million he already paid her? Oh yeah, he could. I'm sure she, yeah. So, let's go. Brandon says, how much should an appeal cost? I mean, it depends. I mean, like, it depends what you're doing. If you're appealing, like, what part of it did you go to trial? Are we appealing a suppression hearing? Are we, was it a trial for like a, disorderly conduct, a DUI? Was it a felonious assault, a murder, a rape? How big of a deal is it? I mean, like, how complex is it going to be? Those are all factors. Is it a civil case? I mean, those are fucked. Civil cases, you're on your own to pay for those, but like doing a civil appeal is like wanting to start a shotgun. I've helped somebody do one of those before, and it was the worst thing I'd ever done before. Don't ever want to do it again. But yeah, like that, there's it's gonna be thousands and thousands of dollars, easy. So, Unhung Here for $2 says, I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come. There we go. That's better. Don't come. Vince will take care of that for you. Otto says an HOA tested the dog's poop DNA to see which owner wasn't picking up the poop. Well, unless they were designer dogs, I don't know if that would help. Chaucerian Fraud said there's no way a stack of papers is worth $50K. Well, value is all about what you're willing to ascribe to something. So let's go. Brandon saying, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around this Zachariah Anderson 200K tab. Well, it's a lot of money, dude. It's a lot of appeals are fucking expensive. It's like I don't know the full cost of what they've done there, but an appeal is, appeals are a specialized area of law. Not every attorney does them. They are not easy. You're arguing, it's a more academic writing style when you're there. You're not just making arguments and kind of shooting from the hip in court. Like, you've got to make your arguments. You've got to plan them out. You've got to put in a lot of research for it. It's not easy. And reading through those transcripts. And that's the other thing. You're reading a transcript and you have to like kind of, it's words on paper, like objection. You don't actually see what's going on. So when you see the judge in court describing what's going on so the record could figure it out. So that's, as an appellate attorney, you could sit there and go, oh, okay. But even then, it's still not helpful. It's like reading a story, but you can't really picture it in your mind. It's hard. It's a lot of fucking work. That's why I do appeals. And yes, a couple times, you win sometimes, but normally you don't. There's that issue. I mean, there's a lot of things involved there, but appeals take a lot of time. So it's not surprising that that's $200K, especially if he's paying for his own counsel and stuff like that. That counsel's going to want to be paid. $200K total. He went to trial once, didn't he? It was a hung jury. Well, remember, I think that if any of those transcripts were brought up, any of the prior testimony, those are transcripts that get brought up too. And Brandon says, you're paying someone $500 an hour to read it, then investigate it, then write it, then argue it. Got it. Investigate it. There's nothing to investigate. I mean, when you're writing an appeal, this is what this is from a hearing I had, and I had to write a brief based upon it. This right here is the investigation. This is it. This is my world. This is how many pages? Yeah, you can't see on the back. 134 pages long for an afternoon hearing. This is it. This is my world. There is no other. Yeah. So it's not even an investigation, generally speaking. Oh, he's got Wisco. Good. Natalie should be good at this. I think she's done it before. I have no reason to doubt her capabilities. But yeah, it takes time. It's a lot of yeah. So Pope Bracket says if things are recorded, putting a timestamp seems logical. Yeah, but it's are we starting at the same point and the same things? But I don't get the audio. This is the only thing you can rely on is the paper. So this bad boy, like for that brief we had to write and we're citing from things, this is the only thing we get. We don't get the recording. If you're doing actual appeal for a conviction, you don't get Wisconsin might be different, but like in Ohio, this is what I get. So I don't get to rely on the other thing unless there's some issues about what's actually being said. Every once in a while, that might become a topic of contention, but that's, the courts need to catch up with technology. That's the only way we can agree that that's the correct way of doing it. And until AI gets good enough, I don't think it's going to work. So, yeah. Oh. Goalie says, "Hey girl, I heard you were a defense attorney. Just letting you know you'd want me on your jury to guarantee it's hung." That's pretty good. That's a good one, actually. Go find a law school and tell some 3L chicks that and see what happens. And sleeping psychopath, yeah, is psychopathy says the second there's an issue in the AI script, all hell breaks loose. Yeah. Well, Pope Bracket says the government's just looking for money and retarded. Well, yeah, but not every place is like you're using the court reporter from the trial. Sometimes, like if you're retained on your own and you've got what'll happen is because I've been retained for an appeal. You file for the appeal, you get all the paperwork filed, and the lady in the courtroom in charge of the recording calls you up and says, "Hey, come pick up the CD." And now I'm holding the CD of the court reporting. I have to go find a court reporter who's going to do it. So there are private court reporting companies. They're private because for depositions. Sometimes you can do a videotape deposition. Sometimes you're not. Sometimes that deposition is going to have the court reporter sitting right there. You're going to be doing other kinds of things where you might need a private court reporter. So it's not just the one in the courtroom. Sometimes you're on your own. The content lasagna or the content lasagna. I'm not sure. You're the content. I don't know. A lasagna made out of clicks and likes. Oh, Mr. Sniper taking off. Have a good one. Saying, I got booted out of jury duty last week within 10 minutes. Sorry to hear that. What happened, if I may ask? Chesterian Fraud says it's like a traffic ticket was written in indecipherable code and you had to pay the government to translate it. Yeah, kind of like that. Yes, it's like nowadays if you have anything to do with supporting America or upholding the law, you're a criminal. Yes. Well, the other thing I will tell you is if you are ever on jury duty and you say the words Constitution come out of your mouth, the prosecutor's looking at you and going, they will expend their preparatory challenges on you. So don't do that. Don't do that, even if you believe it. Don't say you're a constitutionalist. That may make me really happy. Prosecutor's going to be looking at you. He's going to take his marker on his jury selection chart. He's going to go like this, go and move on as you say something. And then when it becomes time for the jury selection, they're going to yeah, we'd like to excuse juror number 6. And without hesitation. But I'm the same way when I hear, what do you do? Oh, I'm a cop. Where? Next county over. Boom. I don't give a shit. It's you a cop? Bon. Gone. My Dumb Movie says, good tip. I would just say I watch a lot of lawyers on YouTube, so I know how this goes. So here's the thing. I know you guys are joking about that, but I've said this before. And if you guys have never heard me say this, too bad. If you don't like it after I say this, whatever. If you intentionally go into jury duty with the idea of getting out of it, you are a huge, massive fucking piece of shit. Big piece of shit. Okay? Because right now, you're probably going to sit there and consider yourself, yeah, I'm not a retard. I'm a pretty smart guy. I would probably do a pretty good job being on a jury, but I'd rather go fuck off and do something else. Well, sorry, the fucking stage of history called your name, and today you're on a jury. You know what? That guy, you might be the vote that keeps that jury hung. And it's because, you know what? Some guy's getting jerked around by the fucking prosecutor's office. You're like, wow, this is bullshit. So here's the thing. If you keep doing that and you perpetuate that and it becomes a problem and more people do it as we have this problem now, when you need a jury, it's going to be staffed by fucking retards and assholes. So think about it. If you were sitting there at the defense table, you would want yourself on the jury and you fucking know it. Don't shirk that responsibility. Don't be a fucking cocksucker. It's hard enough to pick decent juries. Don't make it harder. So, Old Line Red says, yeah, if you say I'm an attorney and my husband's an attorney, you can head for the car. Yeah, to be fair, I don't want you on my jury either. I'm trying to give you a narrative. I'm trying to craft a story. I don't need you fucking it up. Sorry, but that's, them's the breaks. Ron Sappington says, I usually get on jury duty from my father being FBI and myself being an ex-officer. Oh, yeah. No, Ron, I'm sorry about that. I will tell you. I appreciate your wanting to be involved, but yes. Oh, what did you used to do? I used to be a cop. Gone. I'm serious because we get these big kind of sheets of paper and there's like Post-it notes we put on there. And I put Post-it notes on there with the names of the jurors and I've got all the goods and bads on them. Well, if you say you're a cop and I didn't know that yet, I go immediately right through it. You're gone. Sorry. That's what happens. Brandon's saying they have investigators. Well, they might. I don't know what they're looking into. I don't know if they're pricing it out through habeas. They might be priced. Who knows what they're priced out for? But yeah, it's a nice chunk of change. Yeah, fighting the state is not cheap. But also put it like this. Your family member's gone forever. How much would you pay to get them back? Pretty much whatever the fuck it takes. So, because they come back, if you get them back, that money is well spent. Colostomy Bag says, I know I'm not supposed to say jury nullification, but what else? Okay. I know the Supreme Court of Ohio, if you've seen this part, you've already watched the past 4 hours. So let's get to it. Yes, as a attorney licensed in the state of Ohio, licensed through the Supreme Court of Ohio, and as an officer of the court, I cannot tell you that jury nullification is an acceptable way to do things. I can only instruct you as an attorney that you are instructed through the court to follow the instructions given to you as a juror, and in fact, you swear to that as a juror. That you agree to follow the instructions brought before you. Now, with that being said, if you happen to lie through your teeth through the jury selection process and you're aiming to jury nullify whatever jury you get on, come hell or high water, and you keep that quiet until the very, very end, you get into the deliberation room and say, not guilty, regardless of the facts that guy is clearly guilty. The court has given you instructions. You must follow these rules and you must vote. All I can tell you is if you refuse to do that and buck the system, there's nothing they can do to you. You cannot be punished for voting not guilty. That's all I can tell you. That said, I can't encourage you to do jury nullification, but I can only advise you if you happen to break that oath, well, it's not really that big a deal because you are allowed to do whatever you want as a juror. That is a power inherent to a jury. And that's something that goes back to English common law in the 1600s. But that's all I can comment on jury nullification. So take that as you will. The jury I didn't get on convicted the guy. Yeah. Chaucerian Fraud says, I guess I'm a piece of shit. The government never did shit for me. Well, I don't want you to help the government. Neither did the defendant. I don't owe them anything. I get that, but then that means when you're up, once you're turning the barrel, then everybody's going to say, fuck you. And that's not a fun place to be. So, something to think about. It's not you're helping the defendant, you're fighting the government. And you know what? If you hate the government, what better way to fucking stick it in their eye by frustrating their ability to convict people? I'm just saying. So, Old Line Red says, by the way, I'd be a great juror, and I always get struck by the defense. You're lost, dude. I understand, and I appreciate that, but I mean, to be fair, the prosecutor's probably going to toss you too. It's just we don't, it's Gordon Ramsay doesn't want to prepare a meal for, other Michelin star chefs. He wants to just make food. Doesn't need people involved. Pope Racket says they haven't ever picked me for jury duty. Yeah. Dan the Dev says, I wish I could be a professional juror for a living. No offense, but I don't want professional jurors. That's how they do it in Europe, and I don't like that idea. I like the fact that in the English common law system, in American common law, we view the cross-section of our community as the best judge of things and finder of fact. That we draw upon all our collective experiences and understandings to help reach a result. I think there's something impressive about that. And it should work. Zero Fuck says, but what if I think all blacks are guilty? Well, I don't know what to tell you. Brandon says, I never make it past the questionnaire phase. Yeah. Patty says, I would love, they should pay jurors living wages. Oh, I think so too. You should get paid like, 100, I don't know, $100 a day or something. But, that's something that's probably never going to change, sadly. Ron says, I would love to be on the jury, innocent until proven guilty. Yeah. J-Rock says the feds. Yeah. I had an FBI agent on a jury once. And it was nice because we got to that part and the judge just said, he pulled us up. It's like, can we just kick him up? He's like, you guys both don't want him, do you? We're like, nope. And the judge said, okay. He's like, you're excused, sir. Have a great day. We just, My dumb movie says, so all of us who don't know the law are better. Well, you'll be instructed on what the law is there. And if it sounds like it's a crime and the person broke the law, then you convict them. Or you can sit there and say, I've been instructed in the law and I think this is bullshit, so I'm voting not guilty. A name of some sort says, what's my ideal juror? It depends on the case. And I truly mean that. From case to case to case, it's going to matter. For example, one of my cases I had, one of the wins I had, and my guy, like, it was, he about lost his mind when I did jury selection. He was accused of diddling his stepdaughter. And initially, when I got up there and I was reading through the jury questionnaires in preparation, they're like, a bunch of the people in the jury were like high school teachers, guidance counselors. There were a couple people on there, and a bunch of people had kids in the range of the victim. And I panicked for a second. Then I'm like, oh, wait, I got a fucking idea here. This plays well in my theory of the case. So we get through voir dire, and I'm like, I like what we got. And we went and we did it. And this is one of the times where we're like, I'm 100% sure my guy didn't fucking do this. Like 100% sure. Not even like, oh, I'm pretty sure he didn't do it, or like, there's no way he could have done this. Literally, he was 100% innocent. It was like probably one of the more terrifying cases I've had because I didn't fucking sleep for like the 2 days before it, and then I didn't sleep for like the 2.5 days we had trial. Fuck, it was long. But we go in there and I bait the girl. I bait her so fucking hard. God, that's gonna sound bad if I gets clipped. Anyway, we're in court and I bait her and she starts arguing with me and she starts acting like a snitty little 14-year-old shit on the stand. And I knew I got her because I pointed out she called the police like the week before we had trial on her mom because my mom's beating me up. It's like, well, did she go to jail? No. But she still did it. And we sat down and the jury acquitted my guy. And the high school teachers, the guidance counselors, the parents all said, this is some mean girl shit right there. And they didn't believe her because she was a fucking asshole. So it all depends from case to case. There might be some cases where like having an engineer or a nurse. Sometimes some attorneys don't like having nurses. Some do. I think nurses are helpful because they live in the world of like, if it's not documented, it didn't happen. And sometimes my case has issues like the police didn't document things or the victim didn't document things. If it's not documented right, they don't agree with it. So it really all depends what you're looking at. I mean, and then for civil cases, it's, you're trying to find the right people. And if there's a sex crime, it becomes like, what type of people there? And then if it becomes like, it's like, think about it for Kyle Rittenhouse. You're going to want certain people in the jury versus not certain people in the jury. It's never the same. But I've had a lot of success with like engineers, nurses, like people who have some level of education. Yeah. But I've also had, success with people who, yeah, I got to like 9th grade and I'm a farmer. It all depends. It takes all kinds. It is hard to describe. Goalie says for all crimes, but especially nonviolent ones. Well, even the nonviolent ones. I'd rather have 1,000 guilty men running free than one innocent man gets sent up. So I pray that I get on a jury someday where there's gun charges so I can refuse to convict for it. Yeah, that's a good one. Or, I mean, let's say you get sent into federal court and you're sitting there with I'm not going to lie. If I personally got for jury duty, was sitting on a trial and there was like an FBI agent, like the FBI, like in federal court was like testifying, or any of the federal agents, really, I'm not going to fucking believe anything they say. It doesn't fucking matter. I don't care if they caught the guy fucking doing it. Not guilty. And I don't care what it is he did. I don't care if he was going to put a Ryder truck full of fertilizer under the federal building, the FBI building. Don't care. Not guilty. Paul Brackett says me mentioning the burden of proof got me kicked. Well, you could just say like, look, I understand. I'll follow the burdens of proof and I'll follow the rules the court gives me. J Rock says do it live. I'm not sure what we're doing live, but yeah. Patty says, why can't I talk about jury nullification? It's legal. Yes, but I can't go running around advocating for it because that's not acceptable conduct for an attorney. Encouraging people to violate the rules of court is an issue of ethics and professional responsibility. Now, that said, I think every state should have a fully informed juror act, and juries should be informed of their ability to do whatever the fuck they want without any consequence. So Brandon's saying my wife got a peremptory strike for the last seat in a rape stabbing case from the defense, and she's a good liberal. Sex card? It could be. I mean, sometimes I hate to say it like this. You're just looking at the person. You're like, I think that guy's an asshole. Like you've got peremptory challenges, and sometimes I'll talk to my client like, hey, I think we're gonna waive this one, or we'll burn a couple. Like sometimes I've burned peremptory challenges. Like I don't want to change the setup of the jury because it's like, this one's okay. I can kind of work with it. Or I'm more worried about the people that are going to get brought in. But sometimes that happens where it's like, oh yeah, hey, this lady, she's got resting bitch face. I don't like of everybody here, and I'm looking at her. It's like she seems like she's an asshole. Gone. It's simple as that. That's the thing. This is an art. It's not a science. And sometimes it happens. And I'm sure Robert Barnes, he's got a lot of good jury selection stories. That's a very common one. I've heard people, I've sat there and watched other attorneys do jury selection before. And that's, I watch other attorneys in trials at times to, just to make, see how I'm doing with things. And I asked attorneys before, hey, why'd you get rid of that person? And it's like, I got a bad vibe. Or I think they were a dick. Yeah, you get rid of whoever you can, you think. Greg Neely says, what about judges who admit they have ways to overturn a jury because juries get it wrong? Well, remember, if a jury says not guilty, that's it. Now, in civil trials, that's different. So. Alex is saying, just a question, since Vince has resigned from TKO, do you think they will want him back? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they'll just be like, look, right off in the sunset, cowboy. This might be the good excuse to get rid of him. I don't know. American Dreamer says a jury you were on, one lady argued the judge about not being able to take notes. Yeah, that's the thing. I think you should have that choice, but that's always up to the judge. Judges will decide whether you get to take notes or not have notes. Sometimes they think jurors spend too much time on their notes. They're not paying attention. And then there's also times where the jurors go back in the courtroom and say, look, I've got my notes. I'm right. Sometimes not having notes is better. Some judges let you ask questions. Some judges don't. I mean, it's their courtroom. It's their right to generally govern a trial as they see fit. So, Blast Imperial says that's racist. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Jurors should be paid properly. So, Sky Queen says, do they always retry a hung jury? Depends. Sometimes they don't. I mean, like the last hung jury I had was a misdemeanor case. It was an assault. Like the lady was like a road rage issue. And we got a hung jury, and the prosecutor was like, we got back to the pretrial stage and we're like hemming and hawing about what we're going to do. They almost decided not to, but for some reason they decided to retry it. Franklin Tucker down in Florida, the guy Kurt interviewed, he got a hung jury. It sounds like they're going to retry him, but maybe they won't. Maybe they're going to sit there and say, oh shit, we barely got through this. Maybe they're going to find out what the jury breakdown was. I don't think that's been clear yet. Like, because it's one thing if you're like 11-1 to convict. Yeah, you retry that because it's in the bag. But let's say it was like 6-6, not like 6-6. That's not good. Or like 8-4, not guilty. Where you're like, God, I don't know. But yeah, like I've had cases before where like we got a 10-2 not guilty. Prosecutor dumped it because they're like, well, they're not. If they that was their best effort and they only got 2 people to agree with them, then they're not going to win. The next time around, they might get a couple more, but then you're looking at like a split verdict again. So. Yeah. Panzer Dude says, why are you still live? You guys are still talking to me. That's why I'm still live. Chasterian Fraud says, if you say you're nullifying the jury, I imagine you could face some trouble. Well, if you say it in front of everybody in court, you're going to get tossed. And yes, would you say that in front of the jury? I mean, that might get you tossed, but if you just sat there in the jury and said, fuck you guys, I don't care. I am not voting guilty. I don't care what the fuck you tell me. Like, if you walked down and sat in the chair and said, I don't fucking care what you say at this point, not guilty. Why not? Because I said so. That's acceptable. Like, what? Because here's how it works. They can't come in there and say you're holding out. You're allowed to say, I'm not convinced. You're allowed to say that. I'm not convinced. Why? I'm not convinced. What would it take? Doesn't matter. It's already been done. I'm not convinced. Nobody can do anything there. So. J-Rock says, I knew because I had done it. What had I done? Oh. Luke says, wait, why the fuck are we still going? Because we just finished and you guys are asking questions. That's why I'm still going. Chasterian Fraud says, I believe in the system. I mean, it's either that or we start loading fucking mags. I mean, you kind of have to, or it's, there's only so many alternatives there. My jury will be filled with NPCs whose opinions are all created for them by society. Well, I mean, that's the only way you can change that is by fostering a sense of civic duty in the populace. And that's trying to encourage people to show up for jury duty. I mean, that's the only way you can fix that. Panzer Dude says, look, Sean, I'm proud of you, but what is this about masturbating in court? Goalie says, always pick engineers. It doesn't always help. Sometimes I've lost it. I've picked people I thought, oh, that's going to be a really helpful guy. And it turns out they were like the driving force. They led the charge to convict. And they were like the bulwark, making the arguments to convict the guy and converted everybody else. So no, it's sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. How would I like to be Mother Base's Attorney General? Kaz, I'd be honored. I would be honored. Let's go, Brandon saying, "Oh, your wife is an innocent bystander. I thought it was hilarious. They saved one for her." Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes. Yeah. So, Luke Pearson says, "Not in Georgia. Not guilty is overturned there." Yes, and that's a problem in Georgia that I think the Supreme Court's going to smack down because a not guilty is a final verdict. It shouldn't be overturned. The inconsistent verdicts are still bullshit, but it should only be applied the one way where a person's found not guilty and guilty, and they should say, well, wait, you can't do both, so not guilty across the board. That case in Georgia is going to get overturned because that can't stand. Because you can't, in Ohio, if you get inconsistent verdicts, well, the court doesn't fix them. It's what it is. Let's go. Brandon says, how can it range from no notes to getting testimony right back to you? Judges have a large leeway in how they govern their courtrooms. I mean, some judges, like when you come into the courtrooms, like you can have your phone on you. Some judges say, some judges are like, you have to put them in like little Faraday bags that you can't access them with. And they only open when the bailiff comes by and she's got a little magnet that kind of like opens them up for you. And you get to have them at break. So it all depends where you are, what you're doing. Some judges, you do your opening argument to the entire jury pool. Some judges make you do it the traditional way. It's all open to how the judges want to do it. There's some judges that they start jury selection on a Thursday or Friday, and so that way Monday morning, bam, we're right in a trial. Some judges want to wait till Monday or Tuesday to start their trial, like in a traditional week, and that's all kinds. It takes all kinds. Takes all kinds. Brandon says, I want to see what they do at Treehouse, man. They offer time served. Yeah, I don't know if I go back on this one. I'd take my L and go home. If I was the prosecutors for Treehouse, man, I think I'd just leave this one be. America Dreamer, I told him I don't want to see blood. They can't make me. No, and if you come in there saying like I can't see blood and shit like that, I'm gonna be like, all right, drama llama. I understand you're saying that, but I'm sitting there, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Fine. The fuck? Like, yeah, like I try to get you knocked out for cause, like if you can't do it. And be like, all right, judge, can we kick her out for cause? Let's get rid of her. The content lasagna is it the content lasagna? Is this like lasagna that's content with its station in life that it's about to get fucking like mowed down on, or is it the content lasagna? Like it's layers of like it's got like YouTube videos and then TikToks and then tweets and then Instagram and then Snapchats and like what kind of lasagna is this? Because I don't get it. You need to clarify, sir. Is it common for hung juries to be let go after 6 hours like that? I mean, yeah, I mean, it can be. Sometimes the judges will say, I want you to go back more. It's up to the judge how long he's going to make them stay. But if they come back or like, look, we can't come to an agreement, and like both sides have said, we are not changing our minds, what are you supposed to do? You give them the Allen charge. Like in Florida, though, they read the Allen charge once and that was it. Here in Ohio, I mean, every time I've had a hung jury, the judge does it like twice minimum. Usually it's 3 times. In my experience, it's been 3 times. Now, I had one jury where the jury was out for like 3 hours. They came back in and said, we don't have a verdict. The judge said, okay, here's your Allen charge. Go try. They came back out 5 minutes later, and I looked at my client. I said, this is going to be, they're going to speed run this. They came out 5 minutes later and said, we still don't have a verdict. They'd already wasted their time. They already agreed. We're not coming to a verdict. They walked in there, looked at each other, said, yep, no verdict. And they came back out and went home. Boom, 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 run through it. Some judges will like make it take a while. It's really going to come down to the judge and their discretion. So, Luke says there's a double murder in Florida that took 10 years to get the trial. The defense waived closing and was 10-2 not guilty. Prosecutor retried and got the convictions. Yeah, that's the shitty thing. I think a hung jury is a verdict. It's a verdict of, the verdict is we don't know. Because that's part of the Allen charge is there's no other jury in the world that could get this, no other jury is better suited than you right now. Okay. Well, the answer is we don't know what happened. That defendant should be released because if we don't know, we don't know. Now, that means I think we don't know, can that be used against you? I don't think that's fair because it was never proven. But could that be used in a civil court? Sure. Could that be, there might be other downsides to it, but ultimately I think you should be released on a we don't know. Now, I agree hung juries should automatically go to the defense. Let's go, Brandon saying, after a hung jury, are they able to force the jurors' votes out of them? Nope. That's a secret the jurors are entitled to have. They have no obligation to express it to anyone, and they can take that to the grave. Now, the only exception to that's something like what's going on with the Murdaugh trial, where there was a conviction. So obviously we all know the jurors were unanimous. But in a hung jury situation, no, normally, anything you don't have to talk to anybody about anything. So normally, like I've had trials where it's over and you're like, hey, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to talk. The prosecutor and I are both kind of standing there like dumb fucks, like, hey, we'd like to talk to you guys if you have a minute just to kind of pick your brain. And a lot of them just like, fuck you, and they walk out the door. But sometimes they stick around and talk. It all depends. So, guys, behave on here. Be nice. Daddy's getting tired. If it was discovered a juror was intentionally going to say not guilty no matter what happens, are you talking about like during trial Pope brackets? Yeah, if that happened in the middle of it before they had done anything and they talked about what they're going to make a verdict on, well, yeah, you get tossed anyway because you're not supposed to talk to the people about the case until it's over. So. President-elect Phil Swift, this is not uncommon. I had a DUI trial like this, a felony DUI case. But the lady said she didn't care how we voted. She needed to pick up her kids by 3 that day. Yeah, and I had a guy, the jury was out for like 2.5 hours. And I was impressed we kept it out that long, but the jury came back about 5:45 and they had a verdict. And I talked to one of the guys that looked like it was on my side. And he's like, well, they just did a really good job. And I said, I just want to ask a question. I said, this doesn't have anything to do with like getting home in time for dinner, does it? And he's like, he kind of chuckled. But yeah, people like, fuck, I got to go home. I got to get my kids. My wife's making dinner. If I don't get home in time, she's going to fucking chew me out. I got to go. So yeah, that happens. Brandon says, why don't they just simplify jury instructions? Believe it or not, those are simplified. Because here's the thing, if we don't have jury instructions, there's going to be a million fucking questions they come back with. What does this mean? What do we do? What do we do? What does this mean? What does that mean? Those are pretty simplified. So. Yeah. So. Kaz is saying we're also going to sue the IAEA. Hell yeah. Yeah. My Dumb Movie says this man is up until 4 a.m. Rub the like button with whatever body part you have available. Yeah. Some judges make you blow Brock Lesnar. Yes. Yes. Colostomy Bag says, why is there no filming in federal court? Because the Congress has said no. Fed courts have said no. I think they like to think they're the more like they're like we're the more prestigious, and they think they're. I think there's probably a little bit of that with the federal court system that they, we're not mere peasants here. Attitude. I don't think that's the same anymore, but for a long time that would have probably been the case. Kaz is saying, damn good question. What? Which one? I don't know. Brimstone says, shouldn't a double jeopardy prevent a second trial after a hung jury? No, because it's considered a mistrial. So think about it. Like if let's say you were on trial and actually, that's a great example. COVID. When COVID happened down in Akron, Ohio, they were doing a capital murder case, death penalty case. And this was in the middle of fucking COVID, this is like 2020 into 2021 when like shit was at fever pitch. Actually, it's in 2020, I think. It was well into 2020 though. And one of the jurors got sick. Okay, and didn't show up for court because they had COVID, so they were going through the alternates. And then in the middle of court, somebody started coughing. One of the jurors started coughing. And the juror sitting next to him stood up and said, I can't sit next to this guy if he's sick. I mean, it was a COVID-idiot. It was, somebody who probably wear a mask anyway. Freaked out, was like, I can't be in here with this guy. I won't do this. I'm not going to be subjected to COVID. They had no more alternates. Well, that juror's like, I'm not coming into court. And, they ended up with a problem of like some of the other jurors started getting spooked out too. It was a mistrial. They didn't have enough jurors anymore. Ohio, you have to have 12 jurors. You can't do a trial with less than 12 jurors under our constitution. So they had to do another trial. So sometimes no. A mistrial does not count as a verdict. Jeopardy does not attach because you never finished the trial. So I mean, think about it like this too. If somebody was sitting in trial and like a guy started killing jurors and killed like 3 of them, well, does that mean like, well, he's not guilty? Well, no, it means he never got through the trial. Let's see here. The content lasagna. The ambiguous meaning lasagna is saying, I like consuming lasagna and I like consuming content, but I like your version. I hadn't considered that version. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's just like the, happy little lasagnas Bob Ross is going to paint. So. Brimstone says SCOTUS ruled that a second trial after a hung jury is in double jeopardy. Yes. There are people who've been tried 5, 6, 7 times. And that's not even the high end. There's people who've tried more than that. So. Billy Aoki saying Wade is behaving a prerequisite to partake in chat. No, it's just like if people are going back and forth, let's just chill the fuck out. Brandon saying relax, I sent you 50. Yes, you did, and I got it. Thank you. That's got to be close to a pack or 2 of claws, yeah. Yes, I missed the chance to be Eskimo brothers with Vince. I know. Oh. So. Captain Chroma says, but a hung jury is that the trial has been completed. I understand that, but that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The courts don't care. I agree with you. I 100% agree with you, though. Pope Bracket's saying, though, what happens to the right to a speedy trial at that point? We still have right to a speedy trial. It just then gets rescheduled for the, what a lot of times happens is the court's going to say, like, set a pretrial. Okay, first available date for a pretrial. And like in Franklin Tucker's case, they're having it coming up in like a month. And then after that, they're going to set, if he wants to go to trial, they're going to set it again because they're pretty much all ready. So you set it as quick as you can. Like once you've satisfied the right to a speedy trial, you've had that trial, they're going to try to set the next one quick, but it won't be like, okay, next week we're going to just, take the chalkboard, wipe it down and start over. There might be a pretrial or 2 before you get to the trial again. So. Okay, let's see here. Chaucer I thought double jeopardy only applies to people found guilty of a crime, cannot be tried again. Yeah. Yes. But I mean, I think in all fairness, you were in jeopardy and the jury just couldn't make a decision. So I think that should be the same way. But the other thing is, though, double jeopardy also applies if you've been acquitted. Like Kyle Rittenhouse, he can't be charged again with those crimes in Wisconsin. because he was acquitted. So guilty, convictions and acquittals are covered by double jeopardy. And I think hung jury should be as well. Okay. Charlie says, I think she loved it and she's just bitter about the genetic jackhammer defecating on her forehead. Yeah. Duckett Felonies is saying, I forgot about my court date one time. My lawyer called me to find out where I was. I told him I overslept. He said, so what I'm hearing is that you have COVID. I could not condone. I can't comment on that. And whether or not I may have heard that before from other attorneys or have my clients tell me that. I won't comment further. Keopathic says, I told you. Oh, that this gets better? Oh, yeah, it was good. This is worth being up till 4 a.m. for. Patty's saying, how can they be tried over and over and over and not be double jeopardy? Because the Supreme Court said so. That's why. It's bullshit, but that's why. Chesterian fraud, double jeopardy, as I understand it. You are found guilty for a crime. Then the government tries you for that crime again. Yeah, that's an example of it. But there's also an example of you're tried and found not guilty. You're acquitted. They want to try you again because they're angry little bitches. That's the other side of double jeopardy. A great example of double jeopardy would be like here in Ohio, for example, if you get into a high-speed chase with the police and you go from county A to county B, and it's a continuous chase. Well, that's considered one course of conduct. Only one county gets to prosecute you, not both. So, yeah, there's a double jeopardy issue there if they both convict you. But let's say you get acquitted. Okay, well, you got acquitted. They shouldn't be able to both. The other one tries you now. Brimstone, I fully agree with you that means there's reasonable doubt, but the Supreme Court does not see it that way. And no state courts see it that way, sadly. Vince started the WBF to look at muscle men and Speedos. It didn't last long, but he's obviously bi. Yeah. Yeah. The last Imperial for £2 sterling, the King Sterling, says, just showing some Fomer love. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, the justices in the past are retards. Today they're assholes. Yes. So, Brandon saying, but per your comment on the Allen charge, that the best jury you will get can't convict you. Logically, it makes no sense. A shitty jury gets to lock you up. Yeah, which I always think that, if I was in a situation again, in hindsight, like I had a hung jury after an Allen charge was read, I'd be like, Your Honor, it's part of the record because that previous trial is part of the record of the case. You already said that this jury was the best jury in a position there, so this jury we're trying to pick now can't therefore be eligible. I would make it'd be the most asshole-ish Reddit tier argument, but I would make the argument you've already said they were the best jury possible, so this one can't be the best jury possible. My client's entitled to, a fair trial and a jury of his peers, and you're telling me this is a substandard jury, therefore charges should be dismissed. Won't go anywhere, but I'd love to fucking put that in the motion. I've thought, and you can tell, I fucking thought about this shit before. So, so how about that totally legit defamation judgment about Trump, huh? Well, I guess E.G. and Carol can fucking hang out in their fucking little mouse house now. Hope she fucking takes some pills and takes a long bath. Kia Patrick says if Vince attempts to sue you, offer to settle out of court by having a 3-way. See how he responds. Oh, hell yeah. Kaz is saying the judge would be so mad if I said that. No, he'd be like, you're a fucking idiot. What? He'd look at me like, what? And I explained to you, like, that's the dumbest fucking thing I've heard. Denied, counselor. What about our 63 cats? Yeah, well. Then the jurors could be the Martin charge. If they don't finish on the defendant, I'll finish on them. That's a scary thing. And yes, the funny thing is they wanted to go after Trump so bad. All these Hollywood celebrities got hammered. That's why P. Diddy got hammered. Yeah. Well, that's what happens. Unintended consequences. Another Trump W. The Trump curse strikes again. Last Imperial says, I use my pounds to buy relics from savages and store them in my house. Yeah, fair enough. All right, guys. Looks like chat slowed down finally. Chat, I'm not gonna. You know what? I'll pull a DSP. Well, it looks like the super chats have slowed down too. So, we are going to wrap that up tonight, guys. It is 4 hours and 51 minutes. Pretty good for a Friday, I think. So, I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. So, have a content evening. Thank you, Lasagna. Zero says, "Oh snap, that kind of DSP." Well, I'm just saying, guys, we need more audience need more viewer involvement here. I'm just saying. So, Chester Fraud says, "Have a good night, brother, for the Emperor." Yes. I didn't get dumped on once. I know, no boomer mutes, nothing. This is fucking good. It's a vest stream. This is just a shirt. It's just a little fat, and I'm losing a little weight, so the shirt's not fitting the best. Am I going to get from you on my birthday? Tuesday at the latest. I just saw your tweets or your comments. It'll be there Tuesday at the latest. So maybe. And if Tuesday's your birthday. Scott X says, nice marathon, man. Yes. Tomorrow, I think we might try it at some point. I got some errands run in the morning. Do the crumblies. So apparently this was really fucking good. So. Last question. Could God make a chest so big even he couldn't poo all over it? Maybe. Yes. He gets a gift and I can't get a happy birthday. Okay, well, happy birthday in name of some sort. And Stabby, happy birthday, brother. Brother. Me. There we go. Brother. There we go. Brother. There we go. Got it. Brother. Right on. There we go. So, hopefully I cover the BK trial up here in Moscow and Lada County. Yeah, I will send you some huckleberry meat. That would actually be interesting. So that will be interesting. Yeah, Brian Koberger is going to be very interesting when it goes down. So it was funny because I know Kirsch wanted to cover that, and I told her the sad part is it's like it's not going to trial anytime soon. She's like, how long? And I'm like, 2025. And she's like, oh God. And I'm like, yeah, I'll help you talk about it in the meantime, but we're not doing it for a year. So is there going to be a gun-free model stream this weekend? Yes. Sadly, yes, there will be. I don't know. I am exhausted right now, so I know what tomorrow's going to turn into. If you go to the MLS Law stream, I'm going to say 2:35 or 2:45 is what the crescendo begins. The meltdowns will last 30 to 40 minutes. Okay. Yeah, WWE has those photos, and we'll get to see them in Discovery. It'll be good. We'll see pictures of Vince shitting on a woman. It'll be great. Oh, that'll be a great stream to do. That'll be a great stream. So, am I planning on covering Karen Reed in March? Yeah. I don't know. I don't actually. Wait, do I have trials in March? I don't know because my phone's dead. So maybe. I don't know. Billy Aoki says, I just want to see topless Sable again. Sable back in the day was fucking hot. Zero Fuck said, Afro Man win. Partially. A bunch of the complaint got blown out of the water, and the court's not allowing them to renew amend their complaint. So what they have left is a kind of a pile of shit. So yes, it looks like they're going to win because at this point, Bruce Rivers was on the case and he's withdrawn, basically did all the heavy work, and now it's done. So. Hold on here. Wait. So half the enjoyment of covering this case was the fact that they were WWE fans that have seen McMahon on TV for years. Yeah. Just so I can watch Vince drop a load while you fast forward through the nonsense crap. Yeah. EDB is, so it's going to be a big LawTube one. I think at the moment, you're currently the most pro-cop LawTuber on that case. I'm the most pro-cop LawTuber? Motherfucker. You hold on here. How I need damn it. I don't have anything to on split screen with. You need to tighten up on me here. Tighten up. Like right here. I'm the most pro cop YouTuber? What? On the Karen Reed case specifically? Oh. Like I said, that's mainly just because the person coming to run around telling me that Karen Reed is innocent is Turtle Boy, and I don't trust Turtle Boy. My interaction with Turtle Boy go back far enough, I don't trust him. Kia Path is saying, if this goes to trial, Vince, any idea where we can watch it? No, it's in federal court. We won't be able to get to see it. So... but it's accurate, and that makes it funny. Well, I'm not pro-cop. It's just, I don't necessarily know if Karen Reed has a chance. I just don't believe anything Turtle Boy's told me. So, Turtle Boy's trustworthy as Logan Paul. Yeah. All right, guys. I said I was done. I'm done now. I got to be done. I got to go to bed. So, I will see you guys tomorrow at some point. Actually, today at some point. And remember, until next time, just because you did it, I'm tired. Just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. But don't shit on the secretary's chest. That's never a good idea. So good night, everybody.